Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Hello. Hello, everyone. And especially to you, George.
Hello, Ivan. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really fine, really pumped up since yesterday. Wow. It was an amazing experience. I had the opportunity actually yesterday evening to cut the different discussions and topics and just to enjoy some of the highlights from yesterday. Did you enjoy the day one?
Of course, and I was thinking today we had 3 hours of fun and knowledge. It was how many people did we have? We had four presentations and then a panel discussion with five more people. Today we have twice more content, twice more people. So it's going to be definitely fun. Looking forward to all the presentations. We are starting a little earlier and ending a little later. So yeah, looking forward. What about you, Ivan? What are you going to stay with? Like, what really made you think yesterday after you watched all those presentations?
Yeah. Well, first of all, you know that I'm just a person, a humans person, and it's really for me important that when we speak about SaaS, it's or like recurring revenue business, we don't end up always talking about technologies and statistics, but also about the human element of succeeding with the business. And I really like the presentations of Pete Crosby, like regarding the moments where you need to struggle with your internal fears and everything else that is related to how you're going to actually adjust your business to the market, finding the right ideal client profile, and lots of other stuff. And of course, Guy started with an amazing, insightful presentations with their report from Epsta. We had Hillary joining on a very early hour from
Right.
Pacific California with yeah, an amazing presentation around the complexity of the businesses. It was really nice to have all those elements of the business and multiply them to get to this complexity number. Like how many products do you have, how many motions do you have in your business, or what are the channels actually that you're using to sell your products, and everything needs to be multiplied by the other, and then you're getting the complexity number. And as higher the complexity number is, as much people needs to be involved in the revenue operations structure, as far as I understood. And also the panel discussion, it was really insightful. I think all the people that they were participating, they know what they're talking about, and it was really something that was related to our work as a consultants, as people that trying to help businesses thrive and grow. Today we're going to have an amazing cast, as you mentioned, more people. We're starting with a person, one of the, I think, the most prominent and bright thought leaders around RevOps and recurring revenue in Europe, Toni. He's already with us here in the backstage. We'll invite him in a little. And then we have a couple of other presentations really narrowed down on the different topics and elements of revenue operations. And we're ending with a great cast of panel discussion people with Stephen Morel hosting these panel discussions from Jax. So really looking forward for today's event. Everybody that is joining, just to have a clear understanding on what is like some organizational stuff. We are streaming live on YouTube, so everyone that is joining can also comment on our YouTube channel, and we can address questions, organize this into some kind of a Q&A sessions at the end of each presentation if there is enough time. And of course, we are sending afterwards all the recordings to you so that you can also review it late on a later stage. And as we already mentioned, I'm going to put this in our comment section. We have already announced the volume 2 of the RevOps Master, which will be held in September this year, at the end of September, and we're about to announce the speakers. And I'm going to just, like yesterday, it was a moment where we all danced, I hope, and I think I just need to show here a little part of the presentation of a person that most of us know.
Oh la la. welcome everyone.
Yeah.
It is 2023.
Yeah. Spring in my step, got no regret. All eyes on me now, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Ooh la la.
Just join me. Just roll those shoulders.
Ooh la la.
Cameras are off. Nobody's watching you.
Ooh la la. Golden heart, work of art.
Move that body.
Yeah, that's Jacko that we know. I'm now inviting on stage Toni Hohlbein from Growblocks. Say, Toni.
Hi, Toni.
Hey there. Thanks for having me. And so we had a little bit of a conversation backstage just a minute ago, and we were talking about Jacko, and I was like, I'm so happy I'm not following Jacko directly. And then the next thing Ivan said, well, I'm actually going to play this clip now. So you kind of are going to, follow him directly. So, I was doing the shoulder roll right now, but thanks for this tee up here.
Yeah, really, really happy to have you on board, Toni. We know each other for a while. We know that you're doing amazing work of just spreading the word about revenue operations and the importance of achieving this perpetual recurring revenue model that is actually, like something of the essence of work when it comes to the SaaS world and all the businesses that are related to recurring revenue. We are following also the development of your amazing project Growblocks. So really happy to be here. We're giving you the stage. You have your time now.
Wonderful. Thanks again, Ivan and George, for having me, for inviting me. I hope I'm part of the September Volume 2 thing here as well. So I'm not sure about this, but I'd love to. There you go. Hey, welcome everyone. I don't have awesome music to kind of zoom in here and dance to, and I think if I would, it wouldn't land quite as well as Jacko can do this. So for me, it's just going to be the voice audio here and a couple of slides. I do have some animations in the slides, though, in order to, try and, maybe match a little bit of what Jacko did there. Yes, today I wanted to talk a little bit about something that I've been starting to talk about actually a lot, Agile GTM execution, Agile go-to-market execution. And really, this is a bit of an offspring of some of the things that I've seen on my journey. So, just maybe for folks that don't know me, I actually was lucky enough to start in a company super early on. Basically did revenue operations there. Didn't quite know at the time. So this was 2013 or something that I was doing RevOps at the time. And then through some, magic, happy for folks to kind of ask me and kind of see how I can respond to that. Through some magic, went from revenue operations to chief revenue officer of the whole fucking thing. Was an amazing journey. Did this actually in the end twice, exited twice of those companies successfully. And I think what's a little bit different is that, I really took this RevOps perspective on revenue and kind of managing the whole revenue umbrella. So marketing, sales, and CS through a RevOps lens, right? And that's really where also some of this topic here is coming from, and some of the shared pains that I had back then, but also some of the shared pains that I'm seeing a lot in the market right now, right? And the subtitle really is, don't follow finance and the illusion of planning. You'll probably miss target and waste CAC. And really, the reason why I wanted to talk about this here today, and I have it a little bit later on in the deck as well. But again, even George, don't, maybe for the V2, really call it RevOps or die. I think it was a shame that went away in the end. I think we probably have some folks that were a bit, rattled by it. I wasn't. I think it's the exact right way to talk about it. But let's dive into it. By the way, I only have like half an hour or something like that. So we might or might not get to Q&A, but feel free to connect to me on LinkedIn and just send me your questions there. Happy to take it there. Yeah, wonderful. So where this really came up was, and this is a while back, and some of that got confirmed in between. A colleague and mine, we were basically discussing, and maybe over a beer or two, why is it actually that we're always doing planning during Christmas? So why would you do that, right? So from a go-to-market perspective, from a revenue perspective, the Christmas period, or what leads up to that, sure, you have your holiday stuff, but you have your end of year, end of Q4, most important Q4, and all of that stuff happening at that point in time. Why would you actually engage in planning there? And the reason is that actually revenue would probably choose to not do planning there, but finance is doing planning there. And therefore they're kicking off a whole process, down the line of like, okay, now we need the revenue number. Now we need to know how many you want to hire. We need to know all of those things. And for some reason that basically then happens during Christmas in order to, get to their budget and their annual report and all of these things. And we are it's so ingrained in us that obviously, we do annual planning and it happens in December or late December or whenever. And that's a normal thing. And the thing is, it's actually not a normal thing. You don't have to do it like that. It's a finance invention, and we're all just latching onto it and accepting it as the norm. And I think today I want to challenge some of that just a little bit. I've done that before, actually quite a lot. And let's see where some of you maybe land and maybe see similar ways and or kind of object to that. I would love for people actually to object to some of the stuff that I'm saying, because then I'm learning. So what I'm seeing a lot, again, planning once a year happens all the time. There's usually a pure focus on financials. And financials really in this sense, where we're going to land on the revenue side. Here are the costs that we have in order to, maybe support that, maybe not. But we really actually only need the revenue line item to make sure that we know how much money we are burning or if we're profitable in the end, right? That's really the reason why finance needs to understand that, right? Then usually in this process, you get this Excel spreadsheet with all the financial data in there, and then revenue operations is asked to kind of reverse engineer. It's like, we kind of need some funnel targets. How many opportunities do we need? How many leads do we need? And all of that stuff. And RevOps then sometimes comes up with, wait a minute, folks. I can maybe kind of work with this budget here, but getting to that target line is really difficult, and I couldn't get there in the way that you designed this whole thing. Excuse me, I have some feedback here. And usually, if maybe this is wonderful and different in your organization, but usually that doesn't actually get heard, right? There's a lot of like, sorry, the board kind of approved the rough thing already, and we really like what we kind of did here, so we kind of need to go with this budget and need to go ahead with that. What then results though is that one of our investors, Dave Kellogg, he actually calls it model-induced hallucination. So you have your financial planning or your financial modeling, and then people start tweaking around on those conversion rate numbers, which then suddenly have a massive impact, right? Suddenly you go from like, I'm not sure if we're going to hit, to, oh, wow, we actually now have a buffer, on top of that, right? That usually is then, matched with maybe overcommits or undercommits, can actually go into both directions. And at the same time, as you then execute, actually finance doesn't actually want you to touch the budget. Usually it's a thing that's kind of locked in place. Usually it's a thing where people are saying like, you know what, we don't want to go back to the board. We don't want to open this thing up. We can't move budget around because otherwise we'll have all of those issues here. So we kind of need to lock it in place. And that basically leaves very little room for you to react during the year, right? And I mean, guess what? I'm not saying that's the sole reason or that's the only thing that's contributing to this, but it does end up with folks struggling to hit target, obviously ending up missing some of that, and then wasting CAC dollars in the process, right? And I think sometimes the relationship between those two things isn't fully understood. What I sometimes ask, CFOs and, say like, hey, if you had known at the beginning of the year that you would only hit this revenue number at the end of the year, would you still have approved the CAC budget? And the answer will usually be no. No, we should have been going differently about it. We need to rethink the whole thing and so forth. So really what happens when you miss target is you have an expectation on CAC, how much you want to spend, and that suddenly doesn't work out anymore. And then you end up wasting CAC. And that is exactly what, in this time of efficient growth that we simply can't afford anymore, right? Both missing target, and maybe people are a bit softer on that maybe right now, but wasting CAC dollars is one of the things that actually is very difficult to be okay with in the current period of time. And my belief is, and my perspective is, that actually revenue operations has a pretty big part to play here in order to try and fix this, Again, I'm a thought leader, I'm an influencer, I'm like all of those things, but I'm also not delusional in the way that I understand that that is not a thing that happens from one day to the next. I think this will take some time. I think in some organizations will go faster. I think in some organizations will be going a little bit slower. But at the end of the day, and this is really important, revenue operations has the chance to try and improve how companies are hitting targets, so making money, and has the chance to try and optimize how companies are spending money, so saving money, right? Those are the two things. Those are the two things that revenue operations needs to focus on. And if you don't, then it's sometimes people would say, well, then you're really only a system admin. And I think it's really important that we start thinking more and more about how can this organization make more money and potentially save on money. So where's all of this leading us, right? We're kind of, when we're doing the planning, when we're kind of going through this whole thing, we're kind of acting like we know the future, right? But the thing is, and I think all of you have kind of seen this, we clearly actually don't know the future. And the way you can sometimes smell that that's actually the case is you have a budget for the year, obviously, you get to Q1 and you hit Q1. Fantastic, right? Everyone is happy about that. And I can tell you almost every organization is hitting Q1. What then happens though is that you miss Q2, you miss Q3, and those 2 quarters, you're like, we'll make it all back in Q4, don't you worry. And then you walk into Q4 and guess what? You're not making anything back, right? What this really means, if you think about it, what it really means is you have good visibility into the next 3 months, right? That's why you hit Q1, but you really have low visibility into the rest of the year. And that stems from that we simply don't know the future. And we especially don't know the future with all the moving parts, all the things that are changing all the time, right? And, this is my little side caveat here. That acting like we know the future is kind of created by people without real skin in the game. I'm not sure if everyone has read the book by Nassim Taleb, Skin in the Game. He's kind of the guy from the Black Swan. Anyway, everyone is kind of reading this stuff. But in reality, finance is doing some of the planning. Finance is locking in the future for a year. Finance is trying to kind of slim down the optionality of after that. But at the end of the day, it's, and I was a CRO myself, it's not like the CFO gets fired when you don't hit the plan. It's usually the executing folks that are. And those are the ones, from my perspective, and RevOps is the closest to that have real skin in the game. So what we did actually in the team, and we kind of tested it with some of our customers, we basically went out and asked how people with skin in the game, how are they approaching this problem potentially differently? How are they going about this, that they cannot know the future, but they still need to be successful because maybe the stakes are much higher. Being fired is one thing, dying is another, right? So we basically went into this like, okay, how do other people go about this? And obviously the first thing, and maybe dying was a bit too much here right now, but first thing was actually athletes. And I think this whole Mike Tyson quote thing, I'm getting tired of it myself, but it does hold true at the end of the day, right? Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And the reality here is, right, if you kind of translate that to go-to-market, sure, you will have a plan until you get punched in the mouth, but then you need to change your plan, right? Mike Tyson doesn't write that, and then once you get punched in the face, you just keep doing your plan. No, he changes his plan, obviously, right? And that's a thing that's across the board with basically all the different athletes out there, right? If you look into soccer, if you look into football, if you look into, I'm actually from Europe, so I can call it football instead of soccer. But generally speaking, kind of, you need to adjust, you need to change, you need to see what's going on and you deal with that reality. And that's really what, this eminent, very thoughtful Mike Tyson here was trying to convey to, I guess, all of us. But instead of only looking at athletes, we actually also looked a little bit further. We looked at the military. So, maybe the metaphor from before is a bit more adept here, but they have something that they call the OODA loop. I don't want to talk too much about it. It's kind of boring, but basically they realize they go into some kind of a situation. They have kind of a plan, but they know nothing is going to go according to plan. So what you need to do is you need to, when things change, you need to observe, to orient, you need to decide, and then you need to act, right? Kind of very much, hey, we have a plan, but we don't know the future. We know things will happen in a way that we actually don't appreciate, but we will need to deal with it when that happens. And that means we need to change the plan when exactly that happens, right? And then the last, thing that we looked into, and some of that might have been due to the awesome pictures we could choose, was engineering, right? And if you say engineering or product development, software development, all of that stuff, what have they been preaching now to us for, I don't know, a decade or two, right? They're talking about Agile all the time. They are spitting on this whole waterfall thing. They're saying, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. That's a stupid way to go about it. And I'm just sometimes wondering, there are many things we should actually be learning from our colleagues on the product side. And especially for us on the revenue side, I think the Agile mentality or the Agile mindset, and you know what, I'm by no means a expert in Agile. You could probably grill me and probably falter here, but that idea of, okay, we need to deal with things as they come up. We have new situations all the time, and we need to reassess all the time what's going on. I think this is the exact same way we should be going about it on the go-to-market side. Yeah. So what does that actually mean, right? How would we now, go into this and start mapping some of the Agile concepts to the go-to-market side? So I really want to make sure that this is in the end tangible, and that you guys ideally can go off, take some of those pieces and try and implement them, back home in your companies. So number one, we should be thinking about it not in terms of budgeting, but rather in terms of revenue road mapping. So currently I'm also a CEO, and I'm dealing a lot with product and product development. I can tell you everything is always delayed. I think you probably have the same experiences, and that's okay. That's how product development works to a large degree. Probably other teams are much more on time than maybe we are. I don't know. But the idea is really to think about as a roadmap, right? And it's not just how much money do I have in a month? That's just the wrong way about it. It's like creating your product by saying, okay, we have 25 salaries and an Amazon Web Services cost and a Snowflake cost, and that's not going to create our product. That's not how product goes about it. They're saying, okay, we have all of those resources, but what are those resources actually doing, right? And obviously they're coding and features and all of that jazz. But in our case, on the go-to-market side, try and take some of those nuggets that the product team is using and try and, inherit them and try and reflect how you could actually kind of go about it. And here's some examples. Try and create a backlog, right? And that backlog could be different projects maybe you want to execute, so very much revenue operations focused. It could also be, hey, we believe we could hire 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 more folks on the sales team, maybe specifically SDR or AE. It can also be we want to hire someone else on the CS side, or we want to hire another RevOps person, or we want to, kick off a campaign on the marketing side, right? Create that backlog of ideas of things that you actually want to do, and create that not in a silo, not somewhere in the corner where finance is doing, tweaking the spreadsheet. Create it with the subject matter experts that are sitting around the table right now and actually need to make those decisions. Then you can use some kind of ranking, but it's at the end of the day, it's really more kind of a way to discuss that backlog, right? So I don't want to get too technical. Some people use something called ICE. So impact, confidence, and effort. Yeah. And impact in this case should definitely be a revenue impact. So if I add an SDR in June, what's my revenue impact going to be for that thing, for that hire? And is it going to be higher or lower than, I don't know, doing something else here in the funnel? Again, I already mentioned this, collaborate with the team on this. And then the way you should be thinking about it. And that's also, this backlog should stay alive. It shouldn't be just done at the end of the day. You pull things into roadmap from backlog as you have capacity, as things screw up, as you learn something new, right? So revenue roadmap is number one. Number two, weekly check-ins. And this is really connected to, I think in the Agile world, people call it maybe daily stand-ups or something like that, shorter meetings, but high frequency. Instead of, the comparison here to the waterfall or the old school of doing it, it's really kind of this monthly budget review. Where it's like, well, you have so many people hired and your commissions are above, but your revenue is below. What's going on, Toni? And those weekly check-ins, and this is literally how I operated in most of the companies I worked at, was basically kind of build an operating cadence, right? And in this case, it's very much weekly focused for sure, but it's, have a demand gen meeting. So that would be with your VP marketing, with your VP of outbound, maybe you have a partnership person, maybe you have a PLG driven motion, and kind of bring all the people together that need to work on this top funnel piece. Because if someone is lagging behind, you can maybe tap into some other team in order to, equal this out and still hit your revenue target. Obviously, something around sales execution, I think everyone is doing that. That would be like a pipeline review or a forecasting session and so forth. Have a customer growth session, like figure out who is at risk, what can we do, who is maybe an opportunity to upsell. Have those conversations. And always when you have those conversations, have them in the backdrop of, is that what we expected? Is that actually where we wanted to go? Are we doing better or worse? And if we're doing worse, what are we going to do about it? And, those are just examples. You might have other pieces in your business that kind of map to that, but definitely have those weekly. Don't wait a month to have a monthly business review to kind of discuss that. Create a cadence that is much higher frequency than once a month. It gives you simply 42 times to course correct and, spot a mistake versus 4 times if you only do a quarterly review, for example. Then a retrospective. Think about that. Product folks, when they finish their cycle, sometimes they do it per cycle, sometimes they do it a bit later, they do a retrospective. And that retrospective is not about, okay, you delivered late, bad, you delivered fast, good, and now move on. This is a conversation that you're having with the team in order to understand what went well, what didn't go so well, what should we be learning from, what should we be doing differently going forward, and really create this as a, I see it many times when people do like QBRs in that sense. They create kind of a blame game for them, right? It's kind of, you messed this up, and therefore next time, try not do that. If you get into the blaming thing, what's going to happen is everyone's defense is going to go up, and no one is going to share actual learnings. And I hate to be this. People need to be vulnerable. But yes, in order for a team to learn and understand and see what's going on, you need to share stuff that you screwed up at. And maybe that wasn't even the data. Maybe no one knew that you screwed up, but actually maybe that was a great learning. So you need to create a forum where it's okay to bring these things up. And then lastly, we call it cycle planning. Yeah? And cycle planning, so by the way, revenue retrospective, cycle planning, those two things I would probably do on the quarterly level. Depends a little bit on your pace in the organization, but quarterly is probably okay. What you should be doing and thinking about is to not have one QBR to discuss the past and the future, split those two things, just like product does. They have one thing focused on the past, and they have one thing focused on the future. And that, the cycle planning or revenue planning or however, we haven't locked in on what that name should be, but basically start implementing the learnings maybe from the retrospective and start implementing some of the fresh data coming in, right? So I see that all the time. So some folks call it rebaselining. That's kind of actually what I mean. So let's just say your conversion rate increased in some part of the funnel. You should say like, okay, that's our new baseline, because otherwise all the targets for everyone down here in the funnel will be too easy to hit. It will be, will not be challenging. But also the reverse needs to be possible and feasible when conversion rates are going down, ACVs are going down, sales cycles are pushing out. Basically what's happening right now, right? And it's still happening across the board, and I'm sure Jaco talked exactly about that. But, having a baseline that is 6 months old from someone in finance thinking X, Y, Z should happen, that might not be true anymore. And if you try and execute that plan, you might be demotivating everyone, and everyone's like, yeah, whatever, plan target. And you don't want to be there. So do some adjustments on a quarterly level in order to kind of move forward. And with adjustments, you also need flexibility on the budget. That's just really super important, right? And by the way, I've kind of banging on this budgeting thing a lot. I think it's absolutely necessary. Don't be illusional and think like, oh, we can live without a budget. No, you totally need that, but you need something else to at least supplement on the go-to-market side. So some of you folks will be saying, okay, cool, nice theory, Toni. Thank you very much. You don't have any skin in my game. Why should I be listening to some of this, right? And And really, this is where, and that's why I have kind of the RevOps or die piece here again. This is where I really think this kind of fits into this theme a lot. So number one, why should you care? Agile is, by now a proven way to optimize resource allocation, meaning customer acquisition costs in this sense, right? You might have some cost in cost of goods sold and something else, but Agile is the best way to figure this out because you take the latest data, the latest understanding, and from that, you plot the best course forward. And at the same time, so this is the cost saving side. This is what I mentioned in the beginning. This is the cost saving side. But you have the same effect actually on the revenue acquisition side as well, right? So if you have city targets, and I hope you don't, if you have city targets, you can do whatever. Agile is not going to help you with that, right? So you still won't hit them. But what I can promise you is if you kind of follow this approach, you will get as close as humanly possible, right? You will find a way to get closer to this thing. Instead of following the past approach and doing the same thing and not changing anything, you will probably end up lower, right? So kind of doing this will probably help you to hit targets. And then I think this is really relevant for this audience here is if this is your mindset, how can you optimize CAC? How can you drive revenue? If this is your mindset, the organization simply will not see you anymore as, this system admin thing. And I think every one of us kind of wants to be outside of that. Sure, we love our Salesforce instance, we love HubSpot or whatever we're kind of doing here. But at the end of the day, we joined this thing not to do tweaks in the CRM all the day, but we actually wanted to kind of have an impact, right? And focusing on revenue, focusing on cost with this approach, you will have an impact. I can promise you that. So then the flip side to that is obviously like, geez, Toni, lots of stuff to see here, lots of stuff to understand, but how would I even get started? I mean, do you want really to, me to go to finance and tell them about revenue road mapping and then see what happens? No, I don't want to say I tried that. I got there eventually, but using this approach that I, wanted to share with you. Number one, try and start introducing a quarterly retrospective. Call it a QBR to keep it more familiar with the folks around the table. Focus maybe on your business unit. Focus maybe on your direct manager. Focus on your region maybe. Kind of start small. Create a deck looking back at the last quarter. Go through your funnel steps. Understand what went well, what didn't go so well. And, have that as a data backdrop to the conversation to say like, okay, what could we have done better, right? Kind of use that. Then try and take that data and that learning and adjust, and maybe this is just you and the VP or something like that. It doesn't need to be rolled out to everyone's commission checks, but try and adjust the operational goals that you set across the GTM. Obviously, it shouldn't be, veering completely off the track from what you have in your budget, but try and adjust it a little bit. And when I say adjusting, maybe you see something is working well in marketing, maybe you give them a bit more, maybe you see something is not working well on sales development, maybe you take a bit out, right? And then lastly, use those updated operational goals to drive the weekly conversation. Yeah. And now they're non-bullshit targets anymore. At that point, they're non-BS targets. You can have clear conversation with your departmental leaders. You can punk them if they're not fulfilling this. But what they will not be able to do is to say like, well, those targets were invented 8 months ago. They don't really apply to me. I'll just go and do whatever I want. I've been in all of those spots in both cases from both sides, by the way. So I know exactly kind of how that sometimes works. Okay. I'm just having a quick look at the clock and I think I have a minute left. And that actually leaves me also with my last slide here. So on board. You guys are absolutely awesome. And thanks for having me here.
Thanks, Toni. We have, I think we need to shoot this question here because we can allow us at least one question. In my experience, RevOps teams are rarely empowered as product teams are to protect the roadmap with constant scope and creep. Incoming urgent requests from leadership. Any tips here?
Yeah. Start being clear on what that roadmap actually is. So when you really think about a product, they are very clear. That's the roadmap. If you put something in, you got to put and take something out. And I don't think that we on the RevOps side are as clear on that. And I think, once you create this If you want to put something in, something goes out. If you are better on that, I think suddenly for people are like, oh, wait a minute, this is not a bottomless pit where I can just, throw stuff in. Suddenly it has a consequence. Start by doing that.
Yeah, great. Thanks a million. Thanks for the great presentation. We are really looking forward to partnering with you again in September. Have a great day. We're moving to the next one.
Ivan, have a good one. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thanks. Well, I think we have a great start of today's event. Let's move to our next speaker. She's already here. Hey, Leore.
Hi, everyone. It's Leore.
Yeah, hi. Really, thanks so much for joining us. Really honored. We already kicked off with Toni's presentation, so I am giving you the floor. We have a title here. I'm just going to place it on the screen. A RevOps transformation, empowering growth through streamlined process and tech-driven metrics. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. I'm going to share my screen. I've prepared a short presentation.
Yeah, great. I'm just going to add this to the streaming.
Yes. Let me just make sure that it is shared.
Yes. Here it is.
All right. Here it
okay,
is.
I'm stepping down, but I'm here, as you know. So if anything comes in, I will be back. So enjoy.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So hi, everyone. Today, we're going to speak about RevOps transformation. We're mainly going to speak about growth and how revenue operations can help with building streamlined processes to actually bring go-to-market into a tech-driven company and bring metrics to support not just the company growth, but also to increase efficiency. Short agenda. So I'm going to introduce myself a little bit so you will understand exactly from where I'm coming from. I will explain what is RevOps for those of you who don't really understand what it means. Again, we are the new kid on the block, and we are now building and helping companies to grow from a go-to-market perspective and not from a specific business unit perspective. We're going to speak a little bit about the problem and the customer-centric approach, which I'm supporting and empowering at every company that I join. And why does go-to-market basically need RevOps? Not just from digital transformation, but also from process and business transformation. And we're going to speak a little bit about key areas and key metrics. So a little bit about myself. I'm Leore. I'm based and live in Tel Aviv. I was born in the US. And today I'm working at Buildots, a construction tech company. I've established and built the revenue operations team from scratch, bottom up. This is the third startup that I've been doing that. And we've started with not just bringing the right tools and CRM and build the tech stack for each go-to-market team, but also build all the processes, all the strategies together from scratch. I joined at a very early stage. And I've also co-founded the Optimizers. It's an Israeli community for operations leaders. We're focusing mainly on RevOps, BizOps, or any kind of tech ops in SaaS companies. Because most of my life, when I've started my career, like 13 years ago, I was a lonely wolf, and I had no one to talk with, to advise, or get any kind of information on not just what is RevOps. Back then I was sales ops and sales and marketing ops, but basically understand exactly how to build a process or how to support the company to become more scalable, more efficient, more productive from team to team. So I'm not going to speak about myself too long. You can always find me, by the way, on LinkedIn. But what we're going to speak about today is revenue operations. So as I see it, Revenue operations is an end-to-end operating model. We help organizations to run their business and to build a holistic process for all go-to-market functions and to enable them. And I've changed also my approach. Back then, I used to use the word enforce the team, but I think we are enabling them to provide more insights and data about the company predictable revenue and about how actually the pipeline goes. Revenue operations basically unifies the company go-to-market by integrating all teams together from sales, marketing to customer success. We remove the silos and we make sure that everyone is focused and work as one team because all of us impact revenue and all of us want to make sure that the company not just grows and succeed, but we're also working together to support our customers because our happy customers are dependent on the revenue growth and the company efficiency. I love this, by the way, this quote, and I'm fully support this 4-question go-to-market framework. I don't know if you've heard about it, the MOVE framework, which is super helpful to understand exactly how revenue operations provide a transformation or help the company to transform from a selling approach or a buyer approach to only increase revenue and bring new logos, and help the company understand that we need to consider and make sure that we are working with our customers. We are considering and we are treating our customers as our prospects, as customers, because eventually, if we succeed in the initial sales process, we eventually make sure that we convert them into not just a paying customer, but also a growing one. Revenue operations basically is the modern operating model for driving efficient, predictable revenue by using interconnected, observed end-to-end process. By that, we're ensuring not just a working go-to-market framework, but we're also ensuring a full communication between one another, because what we do is we tell the truth. We are by connecting everyone and making sure that everyone brings the data and part of the go-to-market or the selling process, we actually create transparency. It's not just 360 customer overview. We're also telling the teams what they're doing good or wrong and how we can help them improve themselves and become the better version of them. So basically, the problem is, as I see it from a RevOps perspective, is the lack of centralized go-to-market process. The problem usually surfaces when there is no process, when everything is such a mess, when there is no alignment between marketing, especially, and we can see it, and I think most of us experienced it in the past. I know I did, by the way, with sales and marketing, the handover, the handshake, milestones. These are the most painful and friction that we can see, and therefore it also guide into the misaligned incentives. We don't know exactly who is responsible to what, how we measure their commission, how we're going to pay and incentivize each team to make sure that they're not just moving a lead through the pipeline from MQL to SQL to a closed one, and later on upsell to reduce churn, but we also don't know exactly how to make sure that all the teams are 100% invested in the process and want to make sure that they provide the data so the other team will succeed. When you work in silos and when you work on your own KPIs, you don't really care on the others, right? So trying to understand the process will eventually also allow us to create good, measured and the correct KPIs for the company or for the teams, or at least understand what is working and what not, and we can change it all the way to make sure that we are scaling. Our customers don't care about our silos, and as RevOps, we want to make sure that we are giving the best service to our users. So if our customers don't care about the silos, we cannot give them the experience that breaks along the way. And we want to make sure that the operations process is moving forward from one milestone to the other. So let's say when they ask for a demo, we are reaching out as fast as we can to ensure that they are seeing the product and we can solve their pain. And later on, we want to make sure that once they had a demo and they like what they saw, we can move forward and build a cadence of meetings to introduce them with specific stakeholders within the company, and also gather the data and ensure that once they sign the deal, they have the best onboarding process and QBRs, EBRs session to learn on not just their experience, but also learn about what is working and not, improve that ASAP, and give them the best experience that they need. And this is also, as RevOps, we're also making sure that we're doing that internally within the team. So we want to make sure that marketing are providing everything that is needed through the handshake process to sales, and from sales to customer success. They're not just closing deals, because we want to make sure that the handshake process is seamless, so customer success can work on upsell and work on the renewal. So we can ensure the customer growth, and we can rely on not just increasing revenue by bringing new logos, but also making sure that our customers are happy. And therefore, we are connecting the dots. We're connecting the dots not just from a process perspective, but we are building the process. We then build the right tech stack and enable the team to use it, to provide insights, to provide the data. We then generate it into metrics and KPIs to make sure that we are choosing not just the right market, but we're also approaching the right buyer persona, and eventually also making sure that we are helping the customer grow and build a great partnership with us. So go-to-market, as I see it, is not a strategy. It's a mission or a vision. It's an interactive process that help us achieve the organization strategy. So we together with the go-to-market team, we execute the company's strategy, and we work together to see not just growth, but also see improvement along the way. I think that the company, or basically RevOps, should promote a customer-centric approach, meaning if we're talking about transformation, and we're saying that it's not just a traditional approach of just creating a funnel and making sure that all the benchmark and conversion rates are happening, or we are working according to just best practices. We need to think outside the box. So what it basically means that we are no more, sales is not the king anymore. I think sales is important. I think marketing is important to generate revenue, but we also have customer success. So now it's not just two players, it's three, together with RevOps, together with all go-to-market teams. We are not just building a campaign-driven strategies, we are also optimizing processes to continue the improvement of our customer journey, and making sure that we use analytics to measure the success and to understand if we need to improve future strategies, or we need to formulate new ones. We also work together on the customer engagement. We provide by highly personalized, engaging experience, and this is supported by out-of-the-box cadences, tailor-made sequences, messaging, and altogether we want to drive growth and basically make sure that our brand is strong, and make sure that our buyer persona and our prospects, even customers, are super aware of our product, our features, our solution, everything. And I think this is what also make revenue operations super strong and powerful within the organization, because at the end of the road, we're not just working here with the go-to-market, we're also assisting other departments like product, finance, etc. And this is how we break the silos and create a multi-communication processes between everyone, and we create a full transparency across the board. This way, we can also generate metrics, go-to-market metrics, and make sure that we are not helping only sales and marketing success. We're helping everyone's success. So I divided it to 3 Ps. I think with revenue operations, what you can do is you can start with the problem, you define the market fit, and you start with the ideation process. So we together with the go-to-market, we are mapping activities, and we are working on the funnel conversion rates and choosing specific metrics like CAC, booking pipeline, and win rate to ensure that we are actually solving the problem. We are giving an answer to a pain, to use cases that we can see with our customers. We are also supporting the product and making sure that the transition is well defined and growing, meaning we are creating engagement, we are understanding the pipeline A to Z, not just for new logos, but also existing, meaning upsells and cross-sells. We're trying to understand the velocity and the average deal size to make sure that everything is, the process is efficient, the company is working in a productive way, and teams are working together to increase revenue. And later on, what we do is also we support the platform, meaning we're making sure that the execution is going well. And if not, we can alert and we can manage risk right away, and to ensure again that our customers are happy, that we can see ROI, that we have expansion growth. We can see that the margin, the gross margin metrics lowering down, and then by that we can also improve the pricing and everything that is related to the relationship that we are managing with our customers. Here is a winning by design model, which I'm very supporting of, because I think it basically emphasizes how important revenue operations transformation within the organizations. Because when I started my career, we were super focused on marketing initiatives and sales initiatives. We're super focused on the dollar and making sure that we're doubling the dollar only from a sales perspective, meaning we're only looking at the customer acquisition. But I think, and winning by design shows it very nicely, that this is the bow tie. So we start with the customer acquisition, and then we move forward with the customer success, because we want to make sure that we're not just building a lead gen machine and a sales development process and journey that is based on the entire life cycle of the sales process. We're also making sure that once the customer or the prospect is committed, they are fully on board, they adopt the solution, and then they expand, and vice versa. So we're no longer focusing on just increasing sales, we're focusing on building a relationship, a partnership with our customers, because this is how we can support not just the go-to-market teams, we can support the company across the board. So why does go-to-market need RevOps? So this slide basically concludes, I think, what I've mentioned so far. We can see that revenue operations grew from marketing operations, sales operations, and CS operations. We break the silos also from the operational side of the company, and we bring everyone to sit under one umbrella, because this way we can make sure that we are building a tech stack, a scalable tech stack, to improve the data intelligence, and we can remove the discrepancies between the departments. And basically, we see most discrepancies are falling out between the handshakes from one department from the other. And the handovers are super, super hard sometimes because, again, everything is relying on the communication between one another. We're also helping raising the voice of each team's reps. We're breaking the silos. We're making sure that marketing is heard, sales is heard, and then also customer success. We're making sure that we are all working together, and everyone is involved in the customer journey and supporting what the customer needs, because a happy customer is a great ambassador. It's a reference. It's we can then increase LTV, and we can, of course, increase revenue. So it means that the company succeed as its own. Process optimization. I think that revenue operations together, combining technology and data, means that we can use that to optimize the process itself. And it's not just the lead journey or the customer journey, also the user's journey. We can, since the users are our customers and we provide them with the service to help them be the best version of themselves, we need to hear and enable them in the best way we can to ensure that they are using the right tools to help us get more visibility on what is happening with the company and what is not. We can also help with capacity planning, which is a cross-functional collaboration, super important. I think that in order for us to ensure fully communication between the teams or within the company, this is our superpower. Once we're breaking the silos and making sure that there is a cross-functional collaboration together with not just the go-to-market, but with product, finance, and even R&D, it helps everyone to get insights about how we are doing internally. And it can also help us alert ourselves and make sure that we are aware of the risks at a very early stage, instead of just keep doing the same mistake all over again and then lose customers or lose revenue or even lose, the efficiency of the product. And again, relationships. I think that revenue operations is the best solution to improve relationships internally and externally. Back then, we were in most companies and in previous processes that I was involved in, we were focusing on engagement, on adoption. And I think this is super important metric, but it's not just that. And especially here in recession and this economic times, we can see that relationships are the most important thing, because we're not just building relationship internally, because having a great relationship between sales and marketing, of course, this would be an utopia, right? But also having great relationship, not just when a prospect signed an agreement and becomes a client, but before that, when we build a relationship from bottom up, since they were a lead or they visited us at the booth at the event, or they met us, or they saw an ad on social media, or when they even got a cold call from our SDRs and BDRs. Building relationship from the first just gives great impression, and when you give a great impression, it helps you, to be better and to close the deal faster and improve metrics. So, and this is how we can see it. We can see it from when we are focusing on key metrics. My policy, by the way, is that you don't have to measure everything. And when I'm working with leadership or management and founders, I always say, don't measure everything. Measure what matters. Yes, we have the data. Yes, I think we should be DevOps function should be join the company at a very early stage. I think it will, building the foundation is like building a building. So if you build a building together with the go-to-market team and the operational team together, then you can grow safely, you can scale fast, and you can also do right. Because if you want to get metrics and you want to focus on your key areas, you need to get transparency from the beginning, and you need to make sure that your process is right. Processes are made to be modified. Processes are made to be changed and are made to be scalable. But in order to do that, you need to start building the right process from the beginning and build a seamless, holistic process, and not build a process that is relevant or suitable for one department. And I think this is what makes us RevOps not just powerful within the organization, but it also gives us, the place to come and just work together with the teams on data aggregation, on performance metrics, on customer advocacy. We can also help them with the implementation and adoption, and eventually understand the customer experience metrics, which is super important to understand the productivity and the efficiency of overall operational efforts, especially within the organization, and because this will help the company basically to get the recipe for success and to replicate success in the future. Before I finish my presentation and we will have time for questions, I wanted to share a little bit metrics about about revenue operations and how it's crucial to drive expansions, and how methodology and building process to improve bottom lines results are super important. And you can see that by McKinsey research, having a streamlined go-to-market process can increase productivity by 41%, which is super high. When we are focusing on customer experience, 89% by Merkin Group saying that revenue operations help in increasing retention and improving the focus on the customers, and making sure that we are building great relationship to ensure the customer happiness. And 70% by Accenture means that by bringing revenue operations, we bring innovation. We bring innovation not just from a solution perspective, but also within the process, the internal processes. So when we bring the right tools and we build the right automations, and we allow the users, the go-to-market users, to use these tools and provide the data, we're helping them. We are influencing the revenue growth of the whole company. So we are a key player for them and for the company as the others go-to-market teams. Also, a study by Forrester said that it presents benchmarks of companies that integrated revenue operations within the organization, that shows that once they had a revenue operations function from the early stage, the pipeline was increased and grew in 20%. Also, customer acquisition cost, CAC metrics, which is super important, especially in SaaS companies and especially in hyper growth companies, was reduced by 50%. And when we look at the LTV metrics, lifetime value, which is super important right now, we are also in this time, we're focusing also on NRR, meaning we want to make sure that we are lowering the churn rate and making sure that we are that our revenue is safe and our customers are staying and continuing the partnership. So the increase is 25%, which are very great numbers for revenue operations, since revenue operations has formulated only, I think, 4 years ago when I first started about it through COVID. 2 minutes, HubSpot. I love this citation of HubSpot saying how revenue operations is the new approach, it's the new transformation for your business to run a friction-free organization. And basically, sometimes when you have revenue operations, you don't have to overcomplicate everything. When you want basically build a smooth process to ensure revenue growth. And I guess that is me.
Hey, thanks, Leore. Really on time. Thank you for being so punctuative. Amazing presentation, foundational stuff that really aligns and streamlines what is revenue operations all about. George, anything to add here, or maybe discuss some stuff as we have a minute or so? You're muted.
Sorry. Yeah. Great presentation, Leore. Maybe just one question before you go. You are based in Israel. You have, I've seen you are appearing in some videos. You have some participation in for some US companies as well, but also in Europe. Just wanted for you to draw some comparison, if you have, between the status of revenue operations in Europe and the US. A lot of people say it's very different. Companies have very different needs when it comes to revenue operations in Europe and in the US. If you have any opinion, any observations, happy to hear yours.
Of course, unfortunately, revenue operations is still a mystery, and sometimes it's every company sees it in a different ways. I can tell that in Israel, sometimes companies are more focused on the admin and technical side and leave out the strategic part, which is, it's frustrating, but you have to be either strong and make sure that you're saying no to stuff to actually push yourself through the strategic initiatives. You can see a similar approach in Europe as well, because I think companies are more focused on the go-to-market teams and see revenue operations as like the CRM team leaders, right? We are responsible for the data, we're responsible for the tech stack, the integration, and that's it. Very technical. However, in the US, I think they see revenue operations in a different approach. And I think it's because, and again, it's because of my experience working in American companies or with American teams. In the US, they are more focused on processes. They're more focused on having the process, having the strategy, making sure that everything is aligned with the process. So even if you bring a tool or you bring a platform, you make sure that it aligns with the process. And I think this is the real transformation that we see about revenue operations. You can start seeing that in Israel as well. And again, it depends on the persona. I'm leading this here in Israel. I'm trying to educate the market or founders and CEOs and make sure that they understand that this is a change of a mindset, right?
Yeah.
We need to shift from we're not just Salesforce admins or HubSpot admins. We're not just integrators. We're more than that. To integrate and to architect and design a process is also fully connected to the technology. So if you have a process and you want to make sure that you follow the process and you want to make sure that you bring the right metrics and insights, you need to bring the right tools to do so. And even choosing the right tool is a process itself. So it's not just building the obvious tech stack. You need to make sure that you build the right tech stack for the right users, for the right milestone in the process.
And maybe, I know we don't have time, maybe just 30 more seconds. How do you personally convince, how do you, what do you say so that really leadership teams, the leaders that would be responsible for driving this transformation believe that RevOps would be a key to, unleashing further growth for their company?
So I'm very persistent and I'm trying to own...
just do it.
Just do it, really. It's just that. Just do it. Because eventually they will agree. And I think also companies see, they see how important RevOps is. Just sometimes they are not willing to, not be part of a specific initiative because again, and I'm sorry for my language, but RevOps is sexy. Everybody wants to be RevOps. Everybody. We are not just building reports, because when we build report, we think about the strategy behind it. We are trying to understand the question. We're formulating, like we're using the process where we can see 10 steps ahead. And nobody wants to be told that they're doing good
Boring.
or wrong. Nobody wants to be told that they're not building a report in the right way or they're not doing well. And yes, we are like a police, but I think yeah, exactly. But again, it's just be persistent and just take initiatives, like do it gracefully, don't overstep anything. But it's time for us to take some of the initiatives to our territory, or at least be part. We want to be part. We are partnering with go-to-market. We are not leading anything alone, because we are also, when we are sending the message that we are breaking the silos, we are not breaking the silos to create a RevOps silo. We're breaking the silos to communicate and make sure that we create a platform that everyone communicates with one another, including us.
Yeah.
And it's a mission. So we'll get there.
Thank you, Leore. Thank you a million for being with us, and really great insights and presentation. We're moving forward. I'm the time bitch that says that we're already late with with the next topic. Say hi to Israel from us, and we are going to see each other again soon. Yeah, well, I think we're just warming up. So let's invite the next person, and I will ask him right away. So hi, Pawel.
Hi, Ivan. Hi, George. Nice to be with you here today.
Do you feel like you're a sexy person, like working in RevOps? It was really nice. Leore is here with us backstage here. So really honored to have you on board as well. Pawel is one of the rising stars, if I must say, in the RevOps industry here in Europe, and we are having also the pleasure of working with him on lots of projects. He's also advisor at RevBrains. So Pawel, I'm giving you the floor, and let's kick in with your topic. You can announce it.
Thank you very much. So I'm excited to be with you all here today, and my topic of today's presentation will be customer-centric RevOps, improving internal and external customer experience to drive sustainable revenue. So maybe before I begin, I would like to introduce myself shortly. I'm a revenue operations advisor with 7 years of experience in working with SaaS companies at different stages of growth. Both as an advisor and manager, I help to build effective RevOps functions and go-to-market strategies. And I would like to kick off my today presentation with a insightful and thought-provoking quote from Kate Zabriskie: "The customer's perception is your reality." I'm sure many of you have heard the term customer perception before, but have you ever considered how deeply connected it is with the reality in which you are building your revenue engine? We live in the age of the customer, a world where businesses no longer share the reality where they operate in, a world where customers, their experiences, are defining whether you are generating revenue or your revenue is declining. So the question is, are we listening to our customers? Are we adapting our revenue engines through the lens of customer perception? Or do we stick to our old habits and ignore the voice of the customer? Today, I would like to speak a bit about this and explore customer-centric RevOps, uncover how revenue operations can take the lead in not only understanding, but in shaping customer experiences. So first, let's take a look at the agenda. In today's presentation, we'll cover 4 topics: common misconceptions about customer centricity, 3 pillars of customer centricity being the perspective, focus, and impact, and then we'll see how RevOps can become a strategic and practical enabler of customer centricity. In the end, we'll look also at the real-life example of HubSpot, a company with a truly customer-centric strategy, which can be a great inspiration for us all. At the end, if we'll have time, we'll have also some 5 minutes for Q&A session. So before we dive into what customer centricity is, let's first talk about what it isn't. There are many misconceptions about what does it mean to be customer centric, and I'm sure many of you have come across this term, but more like a buzzword. Quoting Oji Ray, a vice president at Gartner who is responsible for areas related to customer experience, in his experience, there is no term less understood than customer-centric. So let's take a look at what customer centricity is not. Customer centricity is not just a phrase in a company value statement that you put on a wall. It is a company culture and focus reflected in its actions. It is also not a sole responsibility of the customer success or customer service team, but a responsibility of the entire company, starting from your C-level, from managers and individual contributors. To be customer-centric, you also don't need to give equal attention to every single customer. You need a proper customer segmentation and wise allocation of your limited time and resources. Customer centricity doesn't also mean to blindly implement every feature request coming from your customers. It is actually about creating mutual value for your customers in a way that creates value also for your business. And last but not least, we live in the age where there is a lot of data, we're gathering data, and as RevOps professionals, we often talk a lot about gathering and analyzing data, but customer centricity doesn't mean gathering big amounts of data. It's about using customer data and insights to improve customer experience and to deliver customer impact. Now that we've dealt with the common misconceptions about customer centricity, let's explore the 3 pillars that are needed to build a truly customer-centric organization: perspective, focus, and impact. To start with the customer perspective, let's think of it as 2 different lenses through which you can view your business. The first lens is the function out perspective, which tends to focus on internal objectives, internal processes, metrics, and preferences of your internal teams. The second lens is the customer in perspective. This is where you look at the business through the eyes of your customers, taking into account their goals, their needs, their pain points, and their preferences. As operators, as people working in revenue operations, we often tend to take the function out perspective. We think and talk a lot about internal KPIs, processes, and tools. But in order to drive customer centricity as RevOps, we need to change our point of view. And what does it mean in practice? Let's walk through an example. If, as a RevOps leader, your CEO asks you, how can we grow revenue this year? What comes first to your mind? Maybe we need to hire more salespeople, or we need better target leads, or maybe we need a more effective sales process. Many internal discussions about improving business results look like this, but we need to see that this is all from a function out perspective. What if instead you would take a customer in perspective and begin with asking the following questions? What matters most to our customers? What are their challenges and needs in achieving their goals? And how we as a company and internal teams can help them to achieve what matters most to them. As you can see, it is a shift in perspective. It is about first understanding how you can bring most value to your customers, and only then planning your internal actions and operations around those things. I really like the quote from Jaco van der Kooi, whom we had the privilege to listen to yesterday, which I believe really fits well into this part. It says, your job is not to sell, but to help your customers buy. In other words, selling is about buying. We could call this statement a customer in perspective to doing sales. In a similar way, when talking about customer in perspective to doing revenue operations, we can say that revenue is about customers. Let's pause here for a second and think about it. Where does the revenue come from in the first place? It comes from your customers. So if there are no customers, it means there is no revenue. A change in perspective helps us to realize that customers are the source of our revenue. In other words, that customers come first, then the revenue. That's why revenue should be viewed not just as financial targets, but as a measure of the impact you deliver to your customers. Okay, so we know that the right perspective is the first step to becoming a more customer-centric company, but it is not enough. What we need next is customer focus. And customer focus goes beyond the surface level of just knowing and understanding your customers and their needs. It's about making sure that your company priorities and goals are really in tune, are aligned with what customers care about. To quote Oji Ray again from Gartner, real customer centricity is challenging to achieve, demands consideration of priorities, goals, and policies, and requires leaders to model behaviors. I'd like to highlight the last part of this sentence, that in order to make something a true priority for the organization, it is crucial to model behaviors from the top. As revenue leaders, we often focus on metrics and numbers. However, a simple change, a shift in perspective in how we are talking internally can change the perspective of the entire company. For example, when you are planning the next quarter with the revenue team, instead of asking, how can we hit our revenue targets next quarter, you can ask, how can we positively impact our customers to drive growth? You should not underestimate your role as a leader in driving customer centricity. When revenue leaders put customers first in discussions regarding internal priorities and goals, you strengthen the focus on customer-centric approach across the entire company. The last thing you need to become really customer-centric is customer impact. We've all seen organizations where customer centricity is a term that is thrown around, but it's actually not implemented in a practical way in day-to-day operations. For customer centricity to become practical, it needs to become a part of operations and drive actions that are delivering impact to your customers, not only once, but on a regular basis. Impact can be defined as something you are providing to your customers they didn't have before engaging with you, or that they achieve more quickly by working with you. Customer impact is especially crucial for SaaS businesses. It's about the sustainable revenue growth, and in recurring revenue models, sustainable revenue growth depends on regular impact delivered to customers. It requires focus on customer retention and expansion, not only on new clients acquisition. On this slide, we can see a recurring revenue framework from Winning by Design called the bow tie. I think many of you are familiar with it. The left side of it covers new clients acquisition, so the stages that are coming from marketing, sales to closing the deal. But this bow tie model is putting the equal focus also on the right side, which is about retention and expansion of your existing customer base. As you can see, there is a big loop on the right side called the growth loop. It visualizes that in the subscription-based business model, recurring revenue is the result of recurring impact. Why? Because to keep people coming to you to use your product and pay for it on a regular basis, they also need to get impact in return on a regular basis. If you aren't delivering impact, keeping and growing your customer base will be highly challenging, and you will struggle with your recurring revenue results. So we can say that recurring impact results in recurring revenue. To summarize what we've covered so far, revenue generation in its core is not just about closing more deals. It is about taking the customer perspective to learn what really matters to your customers, then focusing on their needs and impact they want to achieve, and helping customers to achieve this impact on a day-to-day basis. And this is where revenue operations comes in. Let's now talk about how RevOps can be the enabler of customer centricity in a practical way. By being a central function that drives strategic alignment and operational improvements across all of the customer-facing teams, RevOps is a perfect candidate to lead customer-centric efforts within the organization. Customer-centric RevOps could be defined as a strategic process of bringing customer perspective into the business, prioritizing focus on customer impact, and taking actions to deliver this impact in day-to-day operations. Before diving into how revenue operations can drive customer centricity in a practical way, let's first consider one more important matter about RevOps. Revenue operations is quite a unique business team and function because it has two types of customers. It has the internal customers, meaning the internal teams it supports with its work, and external customers, which we can define as end buyers of company products and services. It is very important to grasp this idea because understanding this duality of RevOps customers is the first step to understand how RevOps can drive customer centricity in a practical way. Let's unpack this a little. When we think of internal customers, we are talking about the various teams that RevOps is supporting. In most cases, it is marketing, sales, and customer success, but sometimes also other internal teams like finance or product, R&D. These teams need to be equipped and empowered to serve external customers. RevOps can streamline processes, manage data, provide insights, and create an environment where these internal teams can be most effective and best serve the external customers. When it comes to external customers, these are the people who actually buy your products and services. These are the end users. They're the reason your business exists. So RevOps should really focus on ensuring that their entire journey throughout the buying process is smooth and that their experience with the company, your products and services, is exceptional. What's important is that in serving both the internal and external customers, the ultimate goal of RevOps remains the same. It is about creating value and impact for the customer. Let's visualize this. Imagine two circles, one representing the company, internal customers, and the other representing buyers, external customers. Now think of customer centricity as the area where these two circles overlap. It is the area where collaboration between company and buyers generates mutual value. The greater the overlap, the higher the customer centricity. We can call the degree of overlap between these two circles the degree of customer centricity. And RevOps can actually expand this area of overlap by doing several things. By facilitating collaboration between the company and buyers, which can include initiatives like customer feedback loops, integrating customer insights into internal decision-making. By aligning the company goals and processes with customer needs, it is ensuring that internal focus and its operations are aligned with what is valuable for the customer. And it can also empower buyers through knowledge sharing and support so that they have tools and information they need to make the most, that will help them to make the most out of the products and services that you provide. By doing this, revenue operations not only bridges the gap between internal and external customers, but also makes the organization more adaptable and successful in the market. Now let's talk about the practical steps in which RevOps can become an enabler of a customer-centric approach. Let's call it the customer-centric RevOps playbook. The first thing you need to do is to map your customer journey. It is a fundamental first step to bring customer perspective into the business and align the customer-facing teams. RevOps should take the lead in coordinating efforts to map the customer journey, but it's crucial that all of the business functions, all of the customer-facing functions are actively involved in the process of creating it, then updating it on a regular basis. Before we move to phase 2, let's first cover the 4 key steps you need to follow to build a successful customer journey map. Step 1 is to map all of the customer touchpoints with your company. When mapping the customer journey, we might be tempted to dive and jump straight into internal processes, internal metrics, handovers, systems. But it is critical that we stop ourselves for a minute and think from the customer in perspective, as we discussed before. It is to understand how customers are interacting with you. Why? Because knowing how your customers interact with you is the foundation based on which you can build a solid internal setup that supports those interactions. So first you need to identify all of the touch points where your customers interact with you. It can be scrolling through your social media, browsing your website, dropping an email, or having an in-person meeting. And then when you have all of this mapped, in step 2, you should describe customers' emotions, motivations, and preferences. Again, it's all about bringing that customer in perspective into your business. At each touch point, you need to discover what's going on in the customer's mind. Are they excited or confused? What is driving them to actually contact you? Is it a search for information, a need for help, or a desire to purchase? And what are their preferences? Is there any particular style of communication they like, or any preference towards how they would like to be approached by you as the company? This 2 first points are the core of your customer journey map. They are helping you to understand the customer in perspective. Then only in point 3, you should start to bring in your internal landscape. This includes how your teams react to customer touchpoints, all the processes that are triggered, handovers between department, metrics that matter, data flows, and systems that are being used. This layer gives you insights into the operational side of the things and helps you identify where you can make improvements to serve your customers better. The last thing to remember about is to keep your map fresh. A customer journey is not a one-time document. It is a living tool that needs to be updated on a regular basis by all of the teams. Customer needs and the market are constantly changing, and so should your map. RevOps needs to ensure that it is reviewed and updated on a regular basis. and the inputs are gathered from all relevant departments, but also directly from your customers. When you have the customer journey mapped out, you can begin to see where you can make improvements or design a better customer experience. And that's where phase 2 kicks in. It consists of 2 simultaneous discovery processes. The first one focuses on analyzing the customer journey and identifying the gaps in their experience. Here we need to look for instances of things where customers may face challenges or express dissatisfactions. This could be points of friction where customers might drop off the journey or become less engaged. Through a combination of customer feedback, data analytics, and insights, RevOps is enabling the discovery of those gaps and understanding their underlying causes. But simultaneously, it is also vital to scan the journey for opportunities to elevate customer impact, so to strengthen it. This involves examining touchpoints where your products or service could bring more significant value to your customers, or where the customer engagement could be deepened between you and the customer. The key here is to look for customer experience that is not only seamless and frictionless, but the one that consistently exceeds customer expectation. Finally, in order to make it practical, we need to have a well-thought-out plan. This is where the strategic RevOps roadmaps comes into play. And RevOps must develop a roadmap that outlines the key initiatives with the customer in focus. These are the initiatives that improve customer experience and elevate customer impact. This involves setting clear objectives, key results, allocating resources, and continuously monitoring progress. The roadmap has to be aligned with customer needs and company goals. By following this playbook, RevOps can contribute to increasing customer satisfaction and impact customers on a regular basis. Ultimately, it leads to sustainable revenue growth through higher retention and expansion of your customer base. So moving to the last part of this presentation, let's see how HubSpot executes its customer-centric strategy with the help of revenue operations in practice. I believe this example can be an inspiration for many companies, and I believe many of you are familiar of what HubSpot is doing. HubSpot is a CRM company providing system to many companies globally, and is one of the fastest developing company in the world right now. And what we can see that HubSpot adapted something they called a flywheel model, which is a part and the core of their customer-centric strategy. To quote the company itself, the flywheel is a model adapted by HubSpot to explain the momentum you gain when you align your entire organization around delivering a remarkable customer experience. It presents a fresh take on business dynamics. Rather than envisioning a business as a funnel with leads coming on the top and customers coming out in the bottom, HubSpot looks at their business as a spinning circle. In a traditional sales and marketing funnels, which you might be familiar from the left, customers are often an afterthought. Whereas in the flywheel, customers are the first thought. They are the center of company's focus. The flywheel, it revolves around 3 key stages. Here we can see on the top the attraction of prospects through valuable content and resources. Then we have the engagement with prospects to convert them into customers. And we have also a delight phase where customers satisfied with your experience effectively become brand ambassadors. And they are strengthening the word of mouth, referring your company to other companies. Keeping this wheel spinning involves balancing 2 critical elements. It's called force and friction. Force is any program or strategy that you implement or plan to accelerate the flywheel, and friction is what slows it down. It is the gaps and inefficiencies such as long waiting time from support, difficulty to find something on your website, but also internal friction within your company. It is important here to understand that friction can happen both internally and externally. So it is not only about the things your end buyers see, but also the things that they don't see, but that RevOps see within your company. Here again, RevOps can impact not only the external, but also the internal customer experience and effectiveness of internal operations. So now let's see how HubSpot puts customer centricity into life with 4 key practices aimed at making the voice of the customers, as they call it, louder across the company. And firstly, HubSpot has introduced a specialized internal team that they call the voice of the customer, which is a part of their revenue operations team. Its primary mission is to amplify customers' perspectives and needs throughout the entire company. Secondly, in order to gain a deeper first-hand understanding of customers, HubSpot involves key stakeholders and teams in shadowing customer support and sales calls. This helps them to gain first-hand knowledge and about challenges, about opportunities that their customers are facing. So this allows you to understand customers from the customer in perspective, not the function out. The third thing that HubSpot is doing is using various mechanisms to gather customer feedback on a regular basis. This is a Net Promoter Score, NPS, Customer Ideas Forum, and Customers Roadblocks portal. Thanks to this, it's bringing in the customer feedback and perspective. And last but not least, once a month, all of HubSpot executives and RevOps leaders gather together to discuss customer challenges, company shortages, and customer-related opportunities that should be prioritized. This helps to constantly refocus the company on the customer and make sure that HubSpot leadership is aligned on how to best serve their customers. So we can see here customer perspective, customer focus, and focus on driving customer impact. I hope that these examples and insights were useful and that they will inspire you to lead customer-centric approach also in your companies. And to summarize this entire presentation, I'd like to once again highlight these 3 simple truths. That customers come first, then the revenue. Therefore, revenue is about customers. And that's why revenue operations should be customer-centric. Thank you for being with me today. And now I believe we can move to the questions.
Thanks, Pawel, and really thank you for being so exact on your time slot, even though that we actually were a little late. Really insightful presentation. I think when we speak about the perspective of businesses operating on a pure revenue basis, it's always about missing that link. When I spoke yesterday, it was the humanity, the human element, and when you have within your company people that are really client-centric, and I think by client-centric, it means someone that is driven by the happiness of the client.
Exactly.
And one of the essence, because I'm really, my mind is really occupied on the human element of achieving revenue operations excellence. And as I heard here today, lots of the speakers are talking about different, approaches, strategies. Always at the bottom of everything lies the motivation of the person within the company. And I think as much as client-centric and client-oriented and people that are really eager to make clients happy you have in your company, as much possible is then to achieve this kind of growth and strategies that you're also talking about. So really thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Great that you're also sharing the HubSpot example. As we already know, we are great HubSpot fans and partners with HubSpot. We need to move to the next session. So great to have you here once again, and see you again.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Bye. Okay, I'm joining the next speaker with me here, Jason. Hi, Jason.
Hi, Ivan. Hi, everyone.
Hey, how are you doing?
Very well. Yes, look, been really enjoying many of the sessions yesterday and today. So look forward to presenting shortly.
Perfect. We met with Jason in person, and actually for the first time last week on SaaS in London. And what actually strikes me is that when we speak about the different ways, like the different go-to-market strategies and motions, we always, tend to speak more about the sales-led approach, the product-led approach, even the community-led motion. But there is a very, very important part of succeeding and growing your revenue. And that's the way how you actually build sustainable partnerships with other counterparts in your ecosystem, and that is why I'm so delighted to that Jason actually accepted our invitation to jump on the conference and having this presentation. So giving you the floor now. I'm also popping up the screen share here. Yes, we see it. Oh, you actually uploaded it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now I think I need to move the slides.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want just to share your screen, or it's
I can
better?
share my screen. Let me do that.
Okay, great. Let me just remove that now. As soon as we're ready, yeah, we have RevOps Charlie. Hey, Charlie. Well, really nice to have you here on the conference as well. Yeah, Pawel had a great discussion. Can you share the screen?
I'm sharing my screen now.
No, it's still nothing here. It needs to pop up as a window on my panel. But if it's fine, I can just like move the slides. That's no problem. Just a second, I will check it here. Can you move the slides like nothing with the arrows maybe or something? No. Oh yeah, you can do it.
I can do it.
Okay, great. So let's kick it.
Okay. Thanks, Ivan. All right. Welcome all. And yeah, I hope you've all been enjoying the session so far. There's been some great presentations yesterday and today. So look forward to really delving deep into partnerships and particularly wanted to share some practical actions that hopefully you can take away and deploy into your own business. So I'll be taking through a quick introduction and then really how does partnerships and RevOps kind of marry up together. And then in terms of the actions, we're taking 3 from co-marketing, co-selling and co-serving, and then we'll have an additional action and wrap up. So a little bit about me and why I'm here today. So I'm a Chief Revenue Officer, fractional partnership consultant, a lot of experience through B2B technology, partnerships and SaaS. And from my experience of being on different seats at the table, be it sales, marketing or CRO, I've started to see more and more, as Ivan's just alluded to, partnerships really becoming a very important part of the revenue team. And with that, going forward, my mission was to really elevate and shine the light on the potential of partnerships. And that's what I'll hope to achieve today. And I've got the QR code for LinkedIn, so feel free to follow and connect, and we can chat after the session as well. So why partnerships and why now? So really, the way I kind of look at the last 20 years of the internet and software and the digital age is we've really moved from a what economy. So we started out in the 2000s thinking about what is a CRM, or if you're CFO, what is an ERP system? Into the 2010s, it was like, how do I deploy a ERP or a CRM? How do I think about sales ops? We've become immune to a lot of the noise in the market. So I really believe in the 2020s, we're now thinking about who can I speak to? Who can I get influence from or recommendations from that can help me solve my problems? And that really sits in with community, with partnerships, with those trusted people that you know. So, when Ivan and I met last week and discussed the session today, it really brought up a lot of common threads, I believe, between RevOps and partnerships. And that is, when we think about partnerships historically, it's been a bit of an art, bit of a run by spreadsheets or lunches. Moving forward to today and beyond, we've become highly programmatic, really thinking about how we leverage the CRM. There's hundreds of new partner tools. And so that's where I believe partner ops and RevOps can really help enable and get the very best from partnerships, which ultimately will deliver value to the company. So quite recently, as recent as March, April, and the previous speaker mentioned HubSpot as well, HubSpot, Pavilion and partnership leaders put a survey out to really kind of get a finger on the pulse of what are marketing and sales leaders thinking about partnerships. So this is outside of the echo chamber of partner leaders, but really going to marketing and sales leaders and asking them, first question here are partnerships becoming more or less effective? And as you can see, really strong, vote for becoming more or slightly more effective as a channel. So, great to see the data sort of backing up the story. Okay, so I want to jump into co-marketing, and starting with a quote from Pavilion, actually, community is the new Google. I'm sure you can all kind of think about different experiences, whether at home or at work, where you look at the SEO and look at Google Ads and you're not quite sure how it's been derived. You go speak to a friend or a colleague and you get that much more trusted kind of authority. So another quick insight from the survey I mentioned before, and this really was asking the marketing leaders which factors had the biggest impact on the purchase decision of the buyer. And again, if you look at the bottom two rows here, it's very much around the professional networks, that peer-to-peer network, and also the partners, the other service providers, the other tech vendors. So again, very much playing into that partnership ecosystem. So from a co-marketing point of view, the benefits, I think, are pretty well understood in terms of you can reach a wider audience, you can tell that better together story. Where it comes a little bit more friction is where there's often a bit more work to do, and there's a perception of actually it's a higher customer acquisition cost. So 3 actions around co-marketing that can really help elevate and get the most out of co-marketing. First is enablement. Now, on a direct marketing playbook, most teams have a pretty well structured kind of weekly, monthly cadence. When it comes to partners, it's often a little bit kind of shooting in the dark. So there's not really that cadence, that process, and that systemization of how to co-market. So I think one thing I'd certainly recommend is always documenting how are you going to co-market and what are going to be the relative responsibilities between each parties, to really make it more frictionless in terms of implementation. The second, certainly come up with this, I have come up on these things quite a few times in the past, and that is, what about the data sharing? Whose lists are we safe to share with, and how does it work in terms of IP or existing customer engagement? So absolutely, it really helps to get those things aligned internally and approved. And then the third area, the third action, is to think about the tracking and the workflow. So again, a direct motion, typically you've got your MarTech into your CRM, and you can attribute the emails and touch points. As soon as it goes to a partner, often that gets a bit lost. So I'd certainly recommend where a partner's sending out the email, you've got the UTM tracking back into your system, for example. So really thinking about all the movements of data and influence you have through that buying process. Moving on to co-selling, and just picking up a quote from Guy Rubin, who presented yesterday on the session, relationships drive revenue. Now, I just love that sentiment, and really speaks to co-selling. So again, quick insight to the report from HubSpot, Pavilion Partnership Leaders, and again, a very similar output in terms of 80 to 86% felt that either professional networks or those other partnerships really were the biggest impact on that buying decision. So again, thinking about how do we leverage those influential people and businesses. And that's where the co-selling comes into play. Something which I think, again, is under invested into for a lot of businesses, because they are thinking about that direct sales motion. The benefits, again, I think most of you and most of us would have had the experience where a warm referral will convert at a higher rate, will convert quicker, and will convert often at a larger value. It's about getting that buyer behavior intel from your partners. We've got opportunities in the pipeline. How do you get influence from partners to give you a good word or a recommendation internally? So lots of benefits. And the friction sometimes comes when AEs and sometimes SDRs don't quite see the value, or perhaps are disincentivized to actually work with partners. So leads on nicely to the 3 actions around co-selling. First one, I think, is a low-hanging fruit in a lot of businesses. What I suggest here is just review your current sales commission plans. Are they built in a way that's going to reward collaboration? Are they built in a way that's going to build trust across internal and external teams? And then account mapping. Again, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of great partner tools out there that have been developed to really help enable co-selling. There's one particular group called Partner Ecosystem Platforms. 2 you may have heard of. One is called Reveal, the other is Crossbeam. And what they do is embed partner data right into the CRM, right into the sales team, their workflow. So, they're in an opportunity and they can see, hey, we've got 4 partners who already serve this prospect. Gives them the workflow to then contact those partners and get the recommendation or get the referral. So really powerful. And then the third one around co-selling is enablement. It's a big topic across a lot of businesses and certainly with sales and CS. But that is how to add value right through the sales process when a partner's been involved or could be involved. And that communication can really be a powerful catalyst to that flywheel approach, where the more good news that flows back to the customer, that will then be retold to the partner, and then they'll be more incentivized again to give you referrals and help you again. So it's really creating that circle of trust that is so much oils the flywheel. And then the third part of the collaboration is co-serving. This is where the CS teams, I think, a really big opportunity here. And just a small quote from Adam from Instant Pay: partners can play a critical role in optimizing the customer journey, right throughout their lifetime. So the benefits, and again, in the customer success area, partners, I think, are probably the least engaged for most companies I've worked with, both in tech and SaaS companies. So I think, again, this is probably one of the areas of low-hanging fruit. And certainly in the current economic environment, one of which I think a lot of partner teams or partner motions should be leaning into. Benefits, around integrations, really powerful. Increased adoption, engagement, and stickiness. Service partners can help on board, but also they can be your eyes and ears into the customer. So when renewals come up or opportunities for upsell and cross-sell, they can be there and they can be in your back pocket to help in those motions. You can build case studies. You can understand who the partners are and build that better together story, all resulting in lower churn rates and higher net revenue retention rates. Again, as I mentioned before, around the customer success area, it really is a greenfield for integrating and working with partners. And so, again, a segue to the 3 actions on the CS. Firstly, this is a quick win. I think everybody could do this, hopefully pretty simply, and that is going into your CRM, picking a client. Let's call it HSBC. Look at all the email addresses of everybody in your CRM, HSBC, on that account. You will then find, typically, there'll be a few other email address domains which are not HSBC. And this will be where service providers or system integrators have been granted access to your system by the client. And those are trusted partners. So they are naturally going to be really strong prospect partners for you. So pretty quick, but a pretty great win in terms of finding those partners, seeing where they reside in and amongst your clients, reaching out and then forming that partnership. Another action, which is a similar motion or similar result, and that is really building a landscape of all the partners that are serving your existing customers. And often a QBR is a good place to do this, where you can have that more strategic conversation, and really like plotting out the full partner stack or the full technology stack which partners may be influencing or embedded into. And again, this can play well into complementary go-to-market stories, or even forward into integrations, which may even help further stickiness and retention. The final point here is around enablement, and again, I would suggest for the CSMs and the CS team is to take it step by step. They're very focused on the customer for good reason. So it's how do you find those quick wins and small bite-sized ways that you can influence and add value to their process. So certainly think, account mapping again can be very powerful, but also building some clear process just to help them sort of understand how to leverage their customers and partners together. And then a final action, number 10, and this is really, I guess, a mindset around how to work and think about partnerships within the wider revenue team. As I mentioned before, the partnership with RevOps and partnerships, I believe, is a really strong one. There's a lot of common goals and common kind of ways that we want to influence and add value to the business, and using the insights that we gain in working together to bring out the stories and bring out the data points to really show the power of partnerships. Often it's not directly attributable. You may not see it, popping up in UTMs or tracking or other paid ways that sometimes direct motions can show. So it's very much about how to elicit and really display the power and the value that partnerships can bring. And then the final piece of this is really to think about how do you concentrate and focus the resource of partnerships through the other parts of the business and really have an aligned strategy. So it's not a sales and marketing direct plus partnerships. It's how do you actually evolve and integrate and embed partnerships into your existing direct motions. And so finally, a quick wrap up. Again, welcome to Connect on LinkedIn. A few just highlights to wrap up in terms of the key sort of takeaways here is, as I mentioned just before, aligning the indirect and direct motions and figuring out what's the best playbook to really get the best of both. There's certainly value in going direct, of course, but how do you integrate and focus resources to get a very aligned go-to-market plan. I think it's always worth thinking about partnerships not as a team or a function, but as a strategy. It really is how do you get closer to your customer through those influential communities or partnerships. And as I've done today, kind of think about each stage of the buying journey, whether it's initial awareness right through to a long-standing customer. What are the touch points that partners can help you achieve your goals? I see a lot of RevOps that, as Ivan mentioned earlier, really focus on sales and marketing and CS, and for a very good reason. I would also say, do include partner ops. Really think about how to, think about those tools. And then finally, it's about thinking about partner ecosystems and how to get the best out of those and really make it happen.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jason. I really enjoyed that because as I'm continuing to say those 2 days, I'm really in favor of humans and human relations, even though we are very vastly speaking and like developing our strategies in a world that technology and now AI is overwhelmingly everywhere in every aspect of our lives and businesses. So and I really like what you said about that a partnership is not a department, but it's more of a strategy. And here is a question that I would love to ask you. what are the different business models maybe, or different companies, and then also the size, the moment where you actually need to introduce such kind of a strategy into your business?
It's a very interesting question in terms of when to focus on partnerships, and there's many different views. My view is that partnerships really succeed when a direct motion has proven product market fit. There are some businesses that go partner first, channel first, but I think typically if you're a B2B technology or SaaS company, really prove in your pre-seed to Series A that you've got that really strong muscle of you can sell, you can market, you can find the customers, you can get that product market fit. It's almost like premature if you just try and go to partners first when you don't have that strong proposition or track record. You also build up something you can give to the partners too, because partnership is a two-way street, right? So it's very much about you've built some assets which you can then give to partners.
Great, thanks. I think it's also from the perspective of the business model when it comes to what you are selling. When we see that, for example, in HubSpot's case, as soon as your business is you're selling a more complex service or product, a product that actually helps clients in various ways, it needs to be really adopted in the really right consecutive way. Then one of the best ways to do that and to succeed in selling your product is to have those partners that can co-sell with you, co-market with you, and very important thing, co-serve, which is the very essence also of the partnership as well.
Yes, I'm sure we've all seen the stats around how many buyers make up a buying circle in mid to large enterprise, and for a direct motion to try and get influence to all of those 8 or 10 or 12 people, it becomes a lot for an AE or a sales team. So having those partners who can help you, talk to the CEO, talk to the CTO, get those different layers of influence and referral.
Well, thanks so much. Really honored to have you today with your presentation. I think it was very interesting. So really looking forward to meet you again and maybe speak in September as well. Now we are moving to the next topic.
Okay. Thanks, Ivan. Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Oh, well, okay. So I don't know. The next person is also someone that I personally really admire. And I think when we speak about partnerships, where we see the very essence of this successful motion is the way how people are handling human relations. And the other very, very important element of growing your business is also the community building. And I'm just joining here on stage with me, Matthew Volm. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Ivan. How's it going?
Yeah, it's great. It's 2 days. We're already, like on the half journey of the second day. Really pleasure for having you here. Matt, we are now, we spoke about customer centricity, and I think your topic is really going to dive in this area as well. So Matt is the founder of RevOps, one of the best community for revenue operations leaders in the world. Really honored that he's also part of our advisory network. So I'm giving you the floor just to present and to enjoy as well being with us.
Thanks for having me, Ivan. Really appreciate it, my friend. And so today I wanted to talk a little bit about kind of the RevOps, I guess, revolution that is upon us, and kind of get into the kind of one of the, I'll say the kind of ignored, or I say somewhat ignored kind of areas of that, which is kind of customer operations, or at least the focus on the customer. And so let me just pull up kind of some slides that I can share. as we kind of get started. Let's see. I see these are processing. Okay. All right. All right. Awesome. So, that's kind of what I wanted to talk a little bit about today. And I guess first thing that I wanted to kind of go over was just a little bit about me and kind of my winding path into RevOps, just so that everyone knows kind of where I've been, where I've come from. So my first job out of college was actually as a CPA, a public accountant. And after that, I got into corporate finance, then I went into business school. Then I tried management consulting a little bit, then back into corporate finance. Eventually, I started my first company back in 2017, was in the legal technology space. I later shut that business down, or as I like to say, pivoted to not existing. And then after that, I joined another early stage startup as a VP of BizOps, where I was kind of responsible for revenue operations. That was really my first kind of foray into the RevOps space. That company later got acquired by Microsoft, and then now I'm kind of working on my second startup, of which RevOps Co-op is a part of that. And so for those of you, I've mentioned a little bit, but given how kind of relevant RevOps is to the topic here, just a little bit about the community RevOps Co-op that we run. So it's a global community of folks who are passionate about revenue operations. We now have 9,000 plus members from 3,500 different companies and 44 different countries represented. We have a variety of membership options, including a free membership. So for anyone who's in revenue operations or passionate about revenue operations, the RevOps Co-op is definitely a great community, and we've got lots of activity going on in there. So we'd love to have you kind of join and be a part of it. But onto the topic at hand a little bit. So as we think about, or as I was thinking about kind of revenue operations and really the RevOps revolution and where we've been and kind of where we're heading or where we can go next, I think the next logical place that RevOps is going to go, or call it transform into, or even just have more of a focus on, is really on the customer or customer operations. And the reason why I believe that is, well, there's a couple of reasons, but I guess first I want to talk about some trends that I guess I've been a part of kind of in the past, and why I think kind of something similar is happening within kind of RevOps and revenue operations. So I mentioned my first startup that I started back in 2017. It was in the legal technology space. We were building a timekeeping application for lawyers that was powered by voice technology like Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant, Siri. And I think the reason why we started building in that space, and also the reason why a lot of people started to get really excited about voice technology, was that it was one of those things that was going to kind of transform the way that people did business. Everyone looked at the current way that we were doing things and interacting with technology, right? Kind of a lot of probably what we're all doing now is sitting at a desk, using a keyboard, going to a tab, typing stuff in, right? Having to do a lot of this, call it unnatural kind of navigation. And things like voice were really appealing because we're all humans. We all talk to each other. We've been doing that since before technology existed. And so it seemed like this really great way to truly transform the way that we did business. I think it turned out voice wasn't necessarily the right medium for that, but everyone here, and I think whether you're on the consumer side or the business side, everyone here has heard of ChatGPT, OpenAI, and the way that, one, that's just making, providing a much better interface for us to interact and engage with technology. And every single application out there, every single software product out there is looking at how they can incorporate generative AI tools like ChatGPT into their own product solutions so that their users and consumers can adopt and engage with their product in a more, call it, natural way. So that's just one example of a kind of a prior trend that I saw. And then the last, I mentioned how I was early employee at Ally, OKR startup that eventually got bought by Microsoft. When I first joined Ally, I was familiar with OKRs and knew what they were, but when I kind of went and I asked my wife or my family, no one even knew what OKR stood for. But to me, it seemed really obvious that every company on the face of the planet should have goals, objectives, things that they're trying to accomplish, and they'll need software to eventually accomplish those things. And I think between Ally, a bunch of other kind of companies and startups in the space that are building really big companies or getting acquired, I think those things have kind of proven true over several years. And now a lot of us are probably familiar with OKRs and other goal setting framework. And so I bring that stuff up because I really see a similar kind of similar trend happening in revenue operations. And my GIFs aren't working in my slides, but what you would see Michael Scott from The Office doing here is kind of signaling that you complete me. And I think that's really what RevOps does for any company or for any organization. Is it is the glue that connects your end-to-end revenue engine together, your entire go-to-market motion. It completes the process. And without it, you have silos, you have teams that don't talk to one another. You have a lot of challenges, but I think RevOps does a really good job of, again, connecting the end-to-end revenue engine and really completing the process. But up until now, I think there's been one really big problem, which is kind of RevOps has mostly ignored the biggest portion of our revenue base, or your revenue base, which is your customers. So if we think about where revenue operations got started, I know when we first kind of entered the space and even started building our community about 3 years ago, I had asked a lot of VCs, other people, if they knew what revenue operations was or if they've heard of revenue operations. And majority of them had not. They didn't know about these new teams that were getting spun up. But kind of that trend has really started, and I think kept going and has only grown, especially globally and worldwide. But if you think about RevOps and probably where it started, the focus was on, essentially the connection between marketing and sales. How can we break down those silos? How can we, get those teams on the same page? How can we, get everybody aligned on driving kind of revenue? But if we think about kind of two critical kind of metrics when it comes to SaaS and software, one of them is revenue growth, right? So just like some very basic examples here. If we look at how, as a company, do we grow our revenue base? Let's just take two really simple examples. Example A, we keep all of our customers year over year, and we sell $20 in new business, right? If we started with 80, we end with 100, we have 25% revenue growth year over year. That's great. Now let's take another example where we start with 80 again, but we lose half of our customer base that we have, but we still sell the same $20 in new business. Now we have a decrease, right? We've gone down by 25%. So I know this is very kind of basic math, but I think it's very clear that in order for you to grow your revenue base, you need to keep your customers around year over year or period over period. And let's look at one more kind of critical metric for any SaaS company that's out there, kind of net revenue retention, net dollar retention, whatever kind of variation of this that you want to look at. But just look at the formula there in terms of things that it incorporates, right? Starting recurring revenue, expansion revenue, churn revenue. Look and tell me, where does your new business or your new customers, where does it play into this metric? And the answer is that it doesn't, right? But what does, right? Every single one of these things on here is impacted by your current customer base. And so if all of these critical metrics like revenue growth, net dollar retention are all really driven by your current customers, then why are we spending so much of our time and so much of our energy focused on new business, top of funnel, marketing and sales, when we know that the way for us to grow and really expand our business is to keep customers around and to make sure that they're happy and to expand them, right? Revenue retention, revenue expansion. And so this is one of those things that, has kind of led me down kind of that same path as before, where again, all this seems very kind of logical, but at the end of the day, it's one of those things where I know in my past role at Ally, for example, so much of what we were focused on was marketing and sales related. Even when we had our kind of weekly or bi-weekly kind of stakeholder reviews, we spent so much time like between the VP of sales and the VP of marketing really getting prioritized with all the things that they needed. And then, you know, there was our customer success team over there who was like, oh, they've got like Asana and, you know, like they're doing their own things. Like we'll just kind of leave them up to, you know, whatever it is that they're doing. But, you know, we're missing out on such a huge element of our business. And so kind of last thing that I'll kind of bring up here, and this is the last slide that I have, is around kind of where you can start, where RevOps can start when it comes to the post-sale process. Because again, we talked about kind of why your current customer base is so critical, why RevOps needs to really help to influence things that happen post-sale, right? That our job is not simply done once a deal is closed won, but we should impact and influence things that happen after people become our customers. And so I put down just a couple of thoughts in terms of, you know, where RevOps can start when it comes to the post-sales process, things that you can do to influence things post-sales and, you know, help drive influence, you know, positive movement in some of those kind of metrics that we mentioned before. So the first thing that I'll bring up is first impressions matter, right? So in RevOps, one of the things that you can do is look at the process that happens from sales to CS. What happens when we mark a deal as closed won? How does the handoff occur? Is it manual? Is it automated? Is there room for improvement there? Are there templates that can be built? Should we have an automated email go out? Do we need to, you know, first route this to the head of customer success so they can assign a CSM? You know, actually look at that process and just figure out like, how can you standardize it, right? How can you automate what makes sense, leave things manual where they make sense? And then also, what does the implementation experience look like? Because this is really going to be the first impression that your customer has with you as a customer, right? Up until now, you know, they're happy because your sales team has sold them, you know, their problems are getting solved, they're excited, right? They finally get the deal over the finish line. Everyone's in a great mood. But now is when kind of the rubber hits the road, right? And so look at the implementation experience and again, kind of figure out what does that look like? Where can we make improvements? And this doesn't all need to be software or technology related. So, you know, look at it and say, do we even have a documented implementation process? If not, let's document what that looks like. How can we track kind of critical metrics around the implementation? Things like how long does an implementation take? You know, what's the key milestone to get people to experience value? So actually map that stuff out and then make sure that your team there obviously has the tools, the technology, the things that they need to do that successfully. So that's one thing I'll bring up. First impressions matter. The next is in RevOps, like actually understand revenue recognition. And what I mean by this is not like how large was the deal, what was the total contract value, what's the ARR, but understand revenue recognition from like a finance and accounting standpoint, meaning like, what do you need to do to actually be able to recognize revenue on your books? I'll tell you right now, just getting a deal signed is not enough to recognize revenue, right? So understand those things that drive revenue recognition and then look at the things that you can actually do to influence that or to impact that. And there are things that you can do to help there. I brought up the implementation experience before. You know, one of the things that you can do in RevOps to help impact revenue recognition at your company is actually accelerate the go live time to be able to recognize revenue faster. So this can vary a lot depending on the type of software company that you are. But if one of the things that you need to do generally with in order to start recognizing revenue is actually deliver, you know, some usable product, right? You got to give your customer something that they can actually like log into, put their hands on, be able to use. And so if you have a really big product or big solution that does require some sort of implementation timeframe, your finance team typically will not be able to recognize revenue until you have, some milestone completed, right? Where it's like, okay, your customer has access to the product. They can start to get value from it if they log in. That's typically going to be a time when they can start to recognize revenue. So look at what that is and then figure out how can you move that up, right? Is it possible for you to accelerate, call it the go live time or whatever that milestone is? Because let's say your timeline is 90 days, 120 days, whatever it might be. If you can cut that down by 30 days, you've now moved revenue up by 30 days, by a month, right? That can have a big impact in things like growth rates, NRR, those other critical metrics. So actually understand revenue recognition, and even understand the formula I showed up here before, right? Like net revenue retention. Like know how to do this math and then look at the things that you can do to impact that, right? So expansion revenue, churned revenue. What are the strategies, the tactics, the things that you can do to help drive expansion revenue? For example, if you have a process or you don't have a process in place today, look at, how can you figure out, what a customer looks like that's ripe for expansion. Who should be the one to identify that? Is it customer success? Is it the sales team? If there is a customer that's ripe for expansion, who should be the one to own that? Does the AE make the sale? Does the CSM make the sale? Then what does the process need to look like within kind of within your systems, right? To be able to raise a flag when those things happen, to make the handoff, to make sure that plays get run accordingly. These are all things that RevOps can impact. But again, they all start with your current customer base. So understanding revenue recognition and finances is another critical component. And then the last two items on here are really around like, what does a successful customer look like? And what does a typical churned customer look like? And so what I mean by that is if you look within your current customer base or any software technology company out there that has product market fit, that has sales, that has current customers, you are sitting on a whole treasure trove of data about what a successful customer looks like. And so there's some probably very basic things, very basic data points that you have today that you can start to evaluate and measure and actually compare then against your pipeline, your prospects, and help your new business team, right, to actually be more efficient and more effective. So, one of the things that you could do is just start to, look at company characteristics for all of your successful customers, all of your current customers, right? How big are they? What's the typical revenue range? What does the industry size look like? Geography. Just start to actually map those things out, look at the median of all of those things, look at the average, and then start to actually compare those back to, again, your pipeline or your prospects or the people that you're marketing to and reaching out to. That can really help to influence where you place your time and energy and just make sure you're doing it in the most efficient and effective way. And then you can do the same thing on the churn side. So look at all the customers that have churned. And again, start with current with company characteristics, right? So what does a successful company look like? What does a churned company look like? What are those company characteristics, product characteristics that churned customers have exhibited that you can then apply against your current customer base to determine if there's anyone in there who looks similar, right? So if you've got outliers on a churned customer versus a successful customer, look within your current customer base to understand who fits some of those company characteristics where they may not be a good match or they may not be a good fit. And do the same thing on the product side, right? And then what can you do to feed that back in so you can look for opportunities for intervention? This is where process technology can come into play, and RevOps can really influence how to do those things effectively. But the key thing with this, whether you're looking at your successful customers or your churn customers, is like, don't stop with the analysis, right? This is only going to be valuable if you actually do something with the data, with the insights that you gather. So close the feedback loop, work it back into your process. Like I said, if you're evaluating what a successful customer looks like, work that back into your top of funnel process so that marketing and sales can evaluate who they're marketing to and who they're working in their pipeline to make sure that they're setting themselves up for success. And then your CSM or your CX team can do the same thing when it comes to churned customers and what those look like, right? But you can't stop with just saying like, oh, a typical churned customer looks like this, exhibits these company characteristics and these product kind of characteristics. That's only going to be helpful if you apply that data and apply those insights back against your current customer base, right? So you can take action, determine where you need to intervene. So those are a couple of the, call it the low-hanging fruit, or I guess the places where RevOps can start when it comes to the post-sales process. And that was all that I had for y'all. So, feel free if you've got any questions, happy to answer them now. I've got my information up here as well. Email address. You can also, if you get into our community, I'm in Slack, you'll get Slack and Slack DMs and emails from me as well. So happy to continue to chat in the community over email or over LinkedIn as well.
Great. Hi from me, Matt. Great presentation, great insights. Just interesting to understand. Do you still hear me, Matt? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just several questions from my end, because you have a lot of exposure to different trends that are happening right now in revenue operations in the US and in Europe. Interested to understand in terms of the demand for RevOps professionals, the different RevOps roles. What are those roles that right now are being searched a lot, but there aren't enough professionals? There isn't enough, skills, skilled professionals.
Yeah, so a lot of we have some resources on this as well, but a lot of the one of the biggest opportunities, I guess, right now is on the Salesforce administration side, at least in terms of open roles that we see, and kind of salary potential as well. And then there's also a lot of I'll say like RevOps analysts and RevOps manager roles that are open and available. And so these are going to be more kind of entry level or individual contributor type of roles that we're seeing. But SaaS companies and software technologies are definitely the ones that are lead charge in terms of forming RevOps teams, or kind of doubling down on the RevOps teams that they have. So those are some of the things that we're currently seeing in the market.
Great. And something that I asked one of our previous speakers as well, because you have exposure to both the US and the European market, a lot of people say that the needs for revenue operations are different when it comes to European companies and US-based companies. Do you have any view on that, how you see things?
Yeah, I would say I don't think that they're different. And I guess, I think the way that companies in different geographies operate is certainly different, but the need for a RevOps team, I think, is the same, regardless of where you are, right? Assuming that all of these companies have revenue and they value revenue and revenue growth, and they're trying to grow, then a RevOps team is going to make sense for them. Now, the same way that things differ industry by industry, things will differ country by country and geography by geography, and that's one of those things where a RevOps person operating at a SaaS company in, say, Germany or France or London, may have different experiences or different challenges that they face than an operator or a RevOps person in, say, the United States. But ultimately, they're trying to accomplish the same thing, right? Which is alignment,
right,
revenue growth, doing what's best for the business, and how to really ramp up their go-to-market machine.
Right. Great. Maybe one last thing, if we have time, Ivan, just to understand Matt's position.
We are perfectly on time.
Great. There is discussion around if there is any best moment to introduce revenue operations at your organization. Some people say it's around 8 to 10 million of ARR. Some people say it's like around 2 to 3 million, because you need to start instilling this culture and mindset that revenue operations promotes. What would you say about that?
I think you should do it as soon as you can. And I'd say I mean, I would say that with any new, not any new, but like any discipline that you want to apply within your company, mostly because the more, the larger you get, the harder it's going to be to change. And so, for example, for everybody here, problems that you currently have today at your business, those will not magically go away. So in a year, if you continue to grow, those problems are still going to be there. And now, do you think they're going to be easier or harder to solve for? Right? They're going to be harder because now they're going to be bigger. There's going to be more there to unwind. And so the earlier that you can adopt the discipline, the better. That doesn't mean that you need to go out and hire a whole team right away. I'm a big believer of just figure out a way to do things manually or with the current resources that you have. So it doesn't mean you got to go out and buy technology or hire a whole bunch of people, but RevOps at a discipline should exist at every single company on the face of the planet, whether you have 2 people or 200,000 people at your company, and look at it in terms of a discipline that you can instill. And eventually you'll get to a stage where, like everything else, things start to break. You need to hire someone to kind of focus their energy on it. But even right now, within RevOps Co-op and our current startup, I mean, we're a small team. I'll say we have a RevOps discipline for sure. That responsibility mostly lies with me, but I try to instill it in everyone else in the team as well. And when the time comes, we'll probably need to hire someone whose job that is, and it won't be me anymore. But for now, right, it exists within our company, even though you wouldn't find a dedicated RevOps person. So that's my thought on kind of adoption of the discipline, if you will.
Great. All right. And maybe one last thing from me. Right now, we're talking a lot about the wave of artificial intelligence, automation, and I mean, every profession, every role probably is going to undergo some kind of transformation. How do you see the transformation of revenue operations given all those technological advancements in the next, several years? For example, how are we going to look at revenue operations and revenue operations people will need, let's say, in 2030? What's your take on that?
I think with any new technology, a lot of the kind of the place where we all kind of go automatically is on the call it the solution side, which is easy, right? Because you start to look at all the things that this new technology can do. But I think the main thing to look at when it comes to how it'll impact revenue operations or any other profession is going to be start with the problems, right? So what are problems that folks in RevOps have today or that they're faced with today? And then what are the potential solutions to those problems, and where does AI now maybe fit into to that solution landscape? The answer to those questions will look very different now than it would have a year ago when we didn't have all this buzz around ChatGPT and OpenAI. Yeah. But you can't skip that step. So you can't say oh man, all this OpenAI stuff is really cool. What if you could just tell a robot to build you a Salesforce workflow and it would do it? That's maybe a great solution, but what's the problem that's solving, right? Maybe the problem is that folks in RevOps are overworked and they have all these manual tasks like building Salesforce workflows, and they don't have enough people on their team, and they want to free themselves from a lot of that manual work so they can do more strategic stuff. It's okay, that's probably a problem we're solving. How can we solve that? Well, give me something that creates my Salesforce flows for me instead of me needing to spend hours figuring it out myself. If that's the path that you take to get there, that's the way to show that RevOps is or that AI is solving problems for people in RevOps. But you can't skip that step. So for anyone who wants to kind of figure that out or look at that closely, those are the things that I would look at. Are in terms of where AI will impact folks in RevOps is like, look at where they have the biggest problems and the biggest pain points today, and what are the solutions, and how can AI help with that?
Great. Thanks so much, Matt. Wish you all the best. Hope to see you in our next conference happening in September. And yeah, I mean, thanks so much for the presentation. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, George. Thanks, Ivan. I'll see you guys. See y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah, George. Interesting stuff, right? Yeah, we are now diving with our last two presentations. We're diving more into numbers, data. So this is also nice. We have already our next panelist here. I will be joining him on stage here, Ben Murray. Hey, Ben.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Ben.
Yeah, really honored to have you on board. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, great.
I think a very trendy topic that Ben is going to be speaking about in the next 30 minutes, something that especially in 2022 to 2023 landscape is like super hot, how to choose the right, like focusing on unit economics and how to choose the right metrics to track from a CFO, from a SaaS CFO perspective. Ben is one of the influencers, guru in that sphere, so super excited to hear what he has prepared for us.
Yeah, really excited. Of course, 2023 is all about being efficient, your cash runway, all that great stuff, right? That's the theme of 2023. So, of course, as a CFO, I say financial discipline never goes out of style. So happy to present on go-to-market metrics today.
The floor is yours.
All right. Thanks, guys. All right. Well, greetings, everyone. Again, my name is Ben Murray. Happy to present today. Thanks for the invite. Really appreciate it. So let's dive right into it. I've got a lot of material to cover today, and hopefully I can share the slides somehow after. Happy to share these slides as well. So today, the SaaS CFO's Guide to Achieving Go-to-Market Metrics and Financial Transparency. So a little bit about myself, if we have not met yet. My name is Ben Murray. I'm a SaaS CFO by trade, and I focus on the 4 C's right now: courses, content, coaching, consulting. I've been in finance and accounting my entire career, 9+ years as a SaaS CFO in-house and now fractionally. Worked in the airline industry and then got into software and started blogging about all things SaaS metrics about 7 years ago at the SaaSCFO.com. So really appreciate being here today. So today's agenda, we're going to talk about my 5-pillar SaaS metrics framework, and then focus on pillar 5, the go-to-market efficiency metrics, talk about go-to-market data, right? Data is so important. We need that to calculate the metrics, and then hopefully have some time here for Q&A, and I'll watch the time here. So this is my SaaS metrics framework. Feel free to take a screenshot, use this in your company. I use this for my fractional clients. I teach this in my course. We're going to focus on pillar 5 here, so efficiency. And with SaaS companies, of course, when we think efficiency, we think about sales and marketing efficiency metrics. There's also org efficiency, revenue per FTE. How many wages do we invest to get our recurring revenue? That's a whole nother topic. But again, today, talking about pillar 5 and our go-to-market efficiency metrics. So why is this important? And I think we know, but what's my return on sales and marketing spend? As a SaaS CFO, we're investing a lot as we scale, as we move from founder-led sales and build out our first go-to-market engine. It's really important to understand the ROI of that spend, because we want to avoid that big black hole of spend. And early on, this happens. When I've become a CFO at some companies, we just didn't have the data, the process in place, and department leaders came to me for a request and didn't have any justification. Okay, that's fine. I'll let that go. But next time we've got to justify this. So we want to avoid that black hole of spend, whether it's sales and marketing, whether it's dev, whatever department in our SaaS company. We need to understand as we invest, what's the expectation of that investment? And can you answer this? So RevOps leaders, my go-to-market leaders in the audience, SaaS CFOs, can you answer this question? For every $1 of investment in sales and marketing, how much ARR does it produce? So can you answer this question? If you can, great. Let's keep talking. If you can't, I've got some great information for you. So where do we start? There's so many metrics in SaaS companies. Just where do we start for go-to-market efficiency metrics? So when we look at what I call our CAC profile, our customer acquisition cost profile, or our go-to-market profile metric, there are 5 common metrics that SaaS companies use, SaaS CFOs especially use, to determine the efficiency of our spend in sales and marketing. So of course, first is CAC. And if we look at this circle here, we've got CAC, which could be our gross sales and marketing dollars, also our CAC on a unit cost basis, so how much to acquire a customer. We've got our CAC payback period, which is one of my favorite metrics. Then at the bottom of the circle, we've got the cost of ARR. And then we've got LTV to CAC, and then the SaaS magic numbers. So 5 popular and important metrics to understand the spend in sales and marketing, and then understand the efficiency of that spend. So a little bit about these go-to-market metrics, and these may be very familiar, but I'll cover these in detail or just briefly on this slide. And I've got an appendix. If we're able to share the slides, I've got an appendix with all these calculations and formulas. But first, CAC, of course, the cost to acquire one new customer. So we're looking at our sales and marketing spend and the spend that's just related to acquiring new customers and users. We don't use all our sales and marketing spend unless we're early stage and just acquire new customers. We don't have any expansion potential yet, but that cost to acquire one new customer. Next, all right, we acquire that customer. How much does it take to pay back that upfront CAC cost? That CAC gets tied up. That's working capital that gets tied up in the payback period. Next is the cost of ARR, or aka the SaaS CAC ratio. So the dollar cost, or whatever your currency is, the euro cost, the pound cost to acquire $1 of net new ARR. One of my favorite metrics, some great benchmarks, and I've actually have a benchmark on this later in the presentation. And then LTV to CAC, of course, the ubiquitous SaaS metric, that balance between customer value and CAC. And I'm a big proponent if you have a small price point business, so low ACV, high volume, LTV, CAC, very important. Gets a little squishy, a little ambiguous if you're targeting mid-market enterprise customers, because we can know those ACV ranges can be all over the place. And then finally, SaaS magic number. And that's our quarter-over-quarter revenue growth and annualized divided by our previous quarter sales and marketing spend. And again, I think that's best suited for high volume, low ACV, shorter sales cycles. We'll talk about some nuances here, but those are the 5 most common go-to-market efficiency metrics that we need to use as SaaS CFOs and as sales and marketing leaders to understand the investments that we're making in our sales and marketing team and our go-to-market team, and what's the payback in the end. Because we know as we scale SaaS companies, there is a lot of investment in sales and marketing dollars, and we have to understand what's happening with those dollars. But context is important here. Of course, as a SaaS CFO, I'm looking at that circle, so CAC, cost of ARR, and so on, but we have to have context within our business. And that's where things can get very dangerous within SaaS companies when we focus on just one metric without context. So of course, I'm looking at pillar 5, but I'm also looking at pillars 1 through 4 to determine the overall financial profile of our business, what's working, what's not working. And there are metrics that relate to each other. For example, CAC payback period relates to retention. So say we're targeting mid-market enterprise customers and our CAC payback period is longer than we want. Let's just say it's 24 months, just above those benchmarks. That's pretty long. But what if we have a high gross revenue retention number? What if our gross revenue retention is 95% on an annual basis? That's pretty darn good. That's best in class. So then I have a little bit more comfort that our payback period is longer. Now flip that. What if we have horrible retention? We don't have product market fit. We've got 24-month payback, but we have poor retention. Let's say 80% retention for enterprise customers, and that's not that great. All right, we've got a problem. So context is so important with SaaS metrics. So the go-to-market metrics process, and I flipped the GMT. I was thinking maybe time zones here, but the go-to-market metrics process. So first we're starting with the data. Then we've got to calculate. We've got to define those formulas. Then we need context. Then we need to benchmark those metrics. How are we doing? And then we iterate. This is a never-ending process. You don't just calculate your go-to-market efficiency metrics 1 month and forget about it for 6 months. I'm constantly calculating these numbers every month when we close the books and then forecast our business. And then if you do have any questions, please throw those in the comments section. Happy to answer any questions as we go along here. So the data with go-to-market efficiency metrics. So when we think CAC metrics, our go-to-market efficiency metrics, what do we need for this transparency? So first we need sales expense, of course. Then we need our marketing expenses. Very important. So 2 distinct cost centers within our SaaS company. Then we need all important bookings data. I'll talk more about this. We need our layers of new MRR and ARR. We need logo counts. So a logo could be a user, a customer, an entity. And then we need our gross margin, because a lot of go-to-market efficiency metrics are gross margin adjusted. So we need, well, 5, 6 different data sources in order to understand go-to-market efficiency. So where is this coming from? So it's a lot of different data sources. Hence, that's why this can be very difficult to calculate if we don't have the data in place. So our sales and marketing expense is coming off our SaaS P&L. And if we have the proper SaaS P&L setup, very easy to isolate sales and marketing expenses. I see hundreds of SaaS P&Ls with my clients and coaching clients, and I'd say 90% are incorrect. So the SaaS P&L structure, so important to manage our SaaS business. Next, our CRM system. So bookings data, so important. It is difficult to calculate go-to-market efficiency without great bookings data. So if you have a closed-won process targeting mid-market enterprise customers, you know what I'm talking about. If you're self-service and don't speak the bookings language, we'll get it another way. We need it through our layers of MRR, maybe through the Stripe payments or invoicing system. We can still get new customer counts, new MRR, expansion MRR. And of course, we need logo counts coming from our CRM or invoicing system. And then we need our gross margin coming off our SaaS P&L. So again, the data that we need and the systems that those are going to come from. I won't go into detail here, a little bit more detail. Hopefully I can share the slides later, but a little more detail on the data that we need in order to calculate our go-to-market efficiency metrics. So the biggest data mistake that I see when I'm helping SaaS companies understand their investment in sales and marketing is bookings data. So not tracking bookings data for one, or poor tracking of bookings data. So you know what I'm talking about at the RevOps conference? We have to have clean bookings data. Without this, we cannot calculate our go-to-market efficiency metrics. Plain and simple, it's a hard stop right there. So this is a day one thing where we need to track our bookings, whether that's a spreadsheet, whether that's in HubSpot, Salesforce, whatever your CRM system is, we have to have good, clean tracking of this data. And not only just bookings data, but we need it by revenue stream. Don't mix subscriptions with services bookings, for example, or variable revenue. I need to know every distinct revenue stream that we're contracting for in our CRM system, and also the length of those. I've seen some companies, they book a 3-year deal and they put 50,000 in there, and then they book a 2-year deal, put 30,000, and they don't distinguish what is the ARR that they just booked. So that's great, but it doesn't really give me the information. So the CRM setup, that opportunity setup, is so critical to have that transparency, that then that's going to feed my go-to-market efficiency metrics. So if you're going to do one thing right, it's that proper opportunity setup in your CRM system. And also, we know in due diligence, if you're going to fundraise, if you're going to exit, they're going to ask for your bookings history. So make sure that's set up. It's going to save you a lot of pain down the road. So bookings, I have a template on this, and hopefully you can see the screenshot here. But what I'm looking for as a CFO, and this is how I summarize my bookings data, that was like a day 3 report for me. As soon as the month closed, I was working with my sales operations team. All right, is our CRM system set? Have we closed out everything that we're going to close out? Close won, close lost, whatever it is. Then I would pull my bookings data and create my report, make sure I tied out with my sales ops manager. Really important. Just like our financials, we need extreme data integrity in our CRM system. It can't be changing. We can't reopen those opportunities 6 months down the road without, some controls, some processes in place. So when I'm looking at bookings data, we're looking at new customer ARR. What do we get from new customers? And then also maybe we have services, some onboarding setup configuration. We need to book those services revenues. Then from our existing customer base, did we upsell, cross-sell? What's our expansion on a net basis? One area that you need to focus on is, of course, it's great to know that gross revenue from expansion, but for our go-to-market efficiency metrics, we need the net incremental expansion. So for example, if they're paying us 12 and we sold them product line B and now they're paying 20, that 8K difference is what should be booked and show up in our closed won opportunity report. And then that feeds our sales and marketing efficiency metrics. Of course, we got services, other revenue streams. So a simple way to summarize your bookings trends. And also, again, this is what I use to feed my go-to-market efficiency metrics calculations. So calculation. So we've got the data, we've got the setup. So now we've got to calculate. So we have to define those formulas. I have an appendix in this slide deck that hopefully I can share where I've got all these formulas and calculations. So we have to define the formulas, the parameters, and the nuances. And that's the big thing with SaaS metrics. Am I measuring my sales and marketing efficiency metrics on a 3-month trailing basis, a 6-month trailing basis, a 12-month, or a 1 month? How are we segmenting those metrics? So again, that's really important. And then we can calculate, then we need to calculate historical and forecasted metrics. So that's a big thing. We're going to calculate historically, and then also I'm going to forecast those metrics. And who's calculating your sales and marketing efficiency metrics? Most likely, if you have a CFO, your CFO should be doing this. Or if you have, or he or she has an FP&A team, that goes to the FP&A team to calculate. Or if you have a fractional CFO like me calculating this, so hopefully someone on your team is calculating these metrics for you. So now the process with go-to-market efficiency. So what am I looking for as a SaaS CFO? Well, we're looking for context, trends, and then we're going to benchmark our business. So how are we doing against our peers and the top performers in the market? So context, so important with SaaS metrics or board presentations, for example. We need more than one point in time. We have to understand where we've been trending, where do we stand today, and what's the forecast for these metrics. So here's a CAC payback period chart. And actually, this is a real life SaaS client example. You can see not a great payback period. Going way up, they had a lot of issues here. Things got out of control, cut back. You can see CAC starting to come down and then forecasting it lower. So the context is so important when we talk SaaS metrics. So where are we today? Where have we been? And where are we going? So trends, do we see a pattern? Are we on an upward, flat, or downward trajectory? And then what actions do we take? Based on that forecast, say for CAC payback, is that what we expect? Or do we have to make some adjustments? And that's where we can be proactive with our SaaS business. If we see, for example, CAC payback going in the wrong direction, why is that? Is that expected? Is it okay? But we don't know unless we calculate and forecast. So again, CAC payback, you see we're on a bad upward trend, the red, then we kind of stabilized even though it was very high, and then it starts going down. Right? So there's a history with each of these SaaS metrics. And then benchmarks. How do we compare against our peers and top performers or our internal targets? So one is calculating for ourselves, and then we should benchmark. So these are the guideposts to understand how we're doing against the market. So this is a SaaS metrics dashboard app that I created that I use for my clients, but benchmarking, this is a point in time benchmark. And you see the color coding, red, yellow, green, and then gray, meaning we just don't have enough data for that metric. But on the right side, you can see my efficiency metrics. So a lot of green on the board. We're doing good against our benchmarks. So we have to understand, of course, our internal performance, and then I like to benchmark against our peers just to see how we're doing in the market. And also that's great for due diligence discussions. If you've got a lot of green on the board and pushing for that higher ARR valuation, benchmarking your metrics really helps in those discussions. And then context again. Here's CAC payback period against that horizontal benchmark line. So how's it trending? How are we doing against our benchmark? How are we doing against our best-in-class peers for these metrics? And what work do we still have to do to get there? Because again, these metrics help support your valuation discussions if you're looking to fundraise or if you're looking to exit. So again, metrics together. Metrics in isolation don't mean much. So remember that we can't just, for example, focus on our CAC payback period. We've got to look at LTV to CAC. We've got to look at the magic number. We've got to look at the cost of ARR. So we've got to look at context. So this is an example of a financial, the metrics dashboard. You see a lot of red on the board. We don't even need to focus on pillar 5 here because things are not going well with this business. So we see the context of what's happening. Now, what about this business? There's no growth, no investment in sales and marketing. You see, we're only spending 11% of our revenue in sales and marketing, and that's very evident. Look at the red on the board for new bookings and expansion bookings. Our velocity is decreasing year over year. because we don't have much investment in sales and marketing. And you can see that in the form of new and expansion growth. And then from an efficiency perspective, actually some green on the board. Now, do we give the SaaS company a lot of credit for that? Well, maybe not, because they're really not investing much in sales and marketing. So, once they start investing, this profile may change. Maybe it gets a little heavier. Maybe it's not as efficient. So metrics together are much more powerful. And then what about this SaaS company? 22% investment in sales and marketing, and their GTM profile, not too bad. It's okay. New bookings growth have slowed. So should we invest? Do we have the right foundation in our go-to-market engine to continue to invest, and what's the expected payoff? So once we have this set, then we can understand, do we have issues? And again, we like to put a ton, especially CFOs, a ton of pressure on sales and marketing, but it could be more than that. Do we have a broken business model? It could just be more than GTM and more to CAC. Do we have margin issues? Do we have OpEx issues? Are we over-investing in other areas? And again, CFOs work a lot with sales and marketing. We like to put a lot of pressure on sales and marketing, but it could be more than just a go-to-market issue. But of course, we could have a poor CAC profile. Should we pause further investment? Do we pull back, invest? So that's what we need to figure out with our go-to-market efficiency metrics, because we want to avoid burning cash, especially in 2023's environment that funding is not as accessible. That's more expensive. We've got to be careful with our cash runway. So next steps with go-to-market efficiency. Do we pause, cut, invest more? We've got to constantly iterate on this financial cycle each month. So helpful tips with go-to-market efficiency. This is a big one with sales and marketing efficiency metrics, the sales cycle alignment. Do you have an average 3-month sales cycle, 6, 12, 24? That's going to determine how I calculate my go-to-market efficiency metrics for your business. So for example, if you're a self-service SaaS business, low price point, high volume, they come to your site, sign up, free trial, whatever it is, I'm going to calculate your go-to-market efficiency maybe on a 1 and trailing 3-month basis. But if you have higher ACV products, say you sell a $100K ARR product, $1 million ARR product, your sales cycle could be 12 months, 18, 24 months. I'm going to measure it over a longer period. So really important in your measurement of go-to-market efficiency. Then finally, segment. So we have to segment our CAC and go-to-market efficiency. So first we calculate in aggregate, and then we need a segment. It could be based on SMB versus enterprise. It could be regional. It could be country differences. So depending on your size, maybe if you're above 10 million ARR, most likely you're going to need to segment your CAC metrics. If you're early stage, probably not yet. Let's just calculate those metrics. And PLG motion, boy, this has really messed with SaaS metrics. So we make that sale, and then what about that expansion? Who gets credit for expansion post-sale? Do you have natural organic expansion that may shorten your payback that we've got to consider in our CAC calculations? Or does your sales team get involved and help with that expansion? So that's making some of these metrics a little bit muddy, because think, we have the pre-sales, we acquire that customer, then we have post-sale expansion. So you can answer that. Who gets credit for that post-sale expansion? Is it because of how we've set up our product that they can naturally expand in our product? Or does sales and marketing get involved with that expansion, and that affects our SaaS metrics and the efficiency of our go-to-market engine? So real quick on the systems, of course, with CAC data, CRM setup, invoicing, general ledger, and our SaaS P&L in order to calculate SaaS metrics. It's not just bookings data. We've got to pull together a lot of different data sources for this. So benchmarks. Again, tons of benchmarks. I can't cover all the benchmarks today, but I partner with Ray Reich, founder of RevOps and the blended CAC ratio, or the cost of ARR, one of my favorite metrics. So how much does it cost to acquire $1 of net new ARR? And in this case, we're saying median performance for SaaS companies, $1.33. Top performers, basically $1 for $1. And then with these metrics, I like to benchmark SaaS companies based on their ACV size. Really important. Our profile is going to be much different if we're targeting $1 million ARR contracts versus a $10 price point each month. So you can see for those customers, or for those SaaS companies with a greater than 100K ACV, Top performers took them $1.42 to acquire $1 net new ARR. On the lower side, lower price point is down as low as 70 cents. So a great way to benchmark your business and also to call BS on a forecast as well when you look at the bookings forecast compared to sales and marketing. So if you'd like to benchmark your business, I'll throw this URL real quick, just SaaSKPIbenchmark.com. It's free. Go there if you'd like to benchmark your business. So with that, that's it for today. I covered a lot of material. I'll open up the Q&A, any questions or comments, but really appreciate coming on today, but happy to answer any questions.
Great. That was a great overview, 25-minute overview of what's, I mean, the most important, some of the most important metrics in SaaS. Just one question from me, or even two if we have time. A lot of people in our field, in revenue operations, are speaking about the close relationship that finance people need to have with revenue operations people. I'm sure you've thought about that. You're doing that probably on an everyday basis. Can you recommend some best practices in real life when you have the RevOps team and when you have the finance team? What are the areas where RevOps can jump in and what are the areas that should be owned by finance?
Yeah, definitely. I think the one area that I spend most of my time with, if you think about all the departments within a SaaS company, is sales and marketing, right? Constantly talking, all right, what's the pipeline? What's the commit number for the quarter? Is the data correct in our CRM system? So really, that sales operations position, the RevOps position, so important. And that's where I spend so much time with my CRM administrator, with my sales ops manager, with the VP of sales, to make sure I understand the investments they needed, what salespeople, what account managers, understand their business model. I didn't dictate it, but I really had to understand how their business works so I could translate that into financial performance. So there was a lot of interaction between the two departments. And then, and of course, other stuff, just operational stuff, discounting policies, things like that. Who approves what? So that's where the CFO and VP of sales or CEO really have to be on the same page.
Right. Great. One more thing, you touched a little bit on product-led growth at the end of your presentation. When you have product-led growth, very often we have also usage-based pricing, which very often changes the whole perspective of how we are measuring financial success. Can we touch upon that topic for 2 minutes, just to recommend some best practices there?
Yeah, so if you have product-led growth and usage-based pricing, then actually you have to adjust your go-to-market efficiency metrics. Otherwise, they're going to be way off. So one example is, say, CAC payback period. And say, it's so common now to have multiple revenue streams. Say we have subscription plus usage-based pricing. So now with that CAC payback period, historically, we just used MRR, ARR, what we acquired, and that goes into the formula. Now we have to consider what variable revenue or usage revenue are we getting with that acquisition. And it may be an estimate, but we have to use some data and even an estimate to figure out, all right, what's our CAC payback period? So a lot of those go-to-market efficiency metrics I showed in Pillar 5, you have to adjust for an estimate of what you're going to get through usage-based pricing.
Great. All right. Great presentation. Thanks so much, Ben, for this participation. We are going to share the slides and everything that you have prepared with the audience. So for anyone who wants to take a deeper dive, that's for sure. Ivan, maybe giving the floor to you.
Thanks, Ben. Really, from myself as well, really into the topic, very specific, hands-on. I think we are ending this day, second day of the conversation, with amazing presentations around the data and statistics and metrics, which are the essence of how you actually read the success of your business. We spoke about people. We're going to end with a panel discussion that is, I think we're going to touch upon all those things that you mentioned. Thanks a lot for being with us. Now we're moving to the next session.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Take care, guys.
Bye.
Well, great. Yes. I just enjoyed each and every slide of Ben's presentation. It was like a workbook, a really very, very guided guideline to all of the metrics and like everything around successful and high performing revenue engines. Okay, we have our last presentation today, and for the conference, before we end up with the panel discussion, we have already Darren Fay here with us. I'm just joining him on stage as well. Hey,
thanks,
Darren.
Ivan.
Hey, really honored. Welcome.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Great. So, you heard, I think, half of the presentations of Ben. So, really touching upon that topics and moving to your presentation about data management and the essence of data management in relation to scaling your business. So, really enjoying giving the floor to you and to present.
Excellent. Thanks, Ivan. So let me know when you can see my slides.
I'm adding the slides now. Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. So let me pull this up here. There we go.
Can you change the slides just to be sure?
Yeah, just double check.
Okay.
Yep, we're looking good. Thank you. Awesome. So want to thank you guys for letting me come in and talk today about leveraging data management to scale your organization. My name is Darren Fay. I'm a director of revenue operations and intelligence at Instructure, where my primary focus is on go-to-market planning, sales strategy, sales systems, and business intelligence. So listening to the last speaker, he talked a lot about leveraging data to make some of the decisions that he was outlining. One of the things that I'd like to outline myself is with scalability, there's a few things that we need to accomplish in order to make sure we're able to scale. So the ability to scale for your organization is all about capacity and capability. There are a few essentials that can be developed in order to set your organization up for scalability. The 5 I'd like to talk about today are planning, funding, the right staffing, the right systems and technology, and the right processes. Excuse me. The number 1, planning, referring to the act of creating and maintaining up-to-date business, go-to-market, strategic plans, as well as forecasting. Number 2, funding. Funding needs to be procured in order to invest in the execution of your business, go-to-market, or strategic plans. Number 3, the right staff. Each business will always have their own unique staffing needs. However, one consistent staffing need in all successful organizations is having high-performing individuals in seat, which is done through leveraging performance metrics, and monitoring what are aspects of high performance and who is performing against those. Number 4, the right systems and technology is about having systems and technology in place that allow you to efficiently collect and organize your data so you can leverage it to gain insights about your business. Number 5, the right processes is about having established steps needed to be taken in order to achieve efficient, effective, and reliable end results. So, what do all these essentials have in common when we're talking about data? They all require data to develop or maintain one of their core principles. So planning leverages data to build and maintain business go-to-market and strategic plans. Your funding, you'll need to leverage your data to develop and investor highlights, support why they should invest in your business. Those highlights will be comprised of things such as problems your product or service solves, the traction you've gained in the market, your long-term plans, its potential. And then having the right staff in place would mean something different for each organization, of course, but requires tracking different performance metrics to ensure their staff aligns to their needs. In order to review performance metrics and KPIs, the right systems and technologies also need to be in place to collect the data for analysis. And the right processes need to be in place to ensure the data you're collecting is accurate and maintained. So having the data management practice in place in your organization helps ensure that the collection, organization, and access to your data supports productivity, efficiency, and decision-making. Being able to efficiently access your data in a productive way supports your ability to make impactful decisions, create meaningful plans, highlight your success to your investors, and retain the right people. So through data management practices, you'd be able to establish some of the most critical data fundamentals needed for valuable insights. Organizational alignment on what metrics, KPIs, and data are most important and how they should be used. Data is well defined across the organization and not just in a silo from where it was requested. Efficient access to your data that supports quick and easy to leverage decision making, and accurate data supported by defined process management and enrichment. So let's walk through a scenario that we've all been through, right? A leader comes to you and requests a field to be added to track upside in your pipeline. So he wants to understand where we have additional incremental upside based on your heavy workload. Many RevOps professionals endure the easy option. Well, that would be, just get the request in, get it done, and move on. On the surface, it seems appealing. You can complete your task and you can get back to your priorities, but putting something as simple as a field in place without data management principles leads to additional tech debt and confusion in the field. So how do we solve these things? By putting a data management practice in place. And with standing up a data management practice, you need to have defined roles and responsibilities for the people to execute on that data management practice. In order to set up a proper data management practice in your organization, you need roles and responsibilities to support it. The roles associated with the data management model aligned with a RACI model, right? So the requester is the person who requests the solution or identifies a problem. This could be a stakeholder. This would be in reference to a RACI model, a consulted person. The data owner is the person responsible for running the evaluation, scoping, and providing a solution proposal. And that within the RACI model be aligned to like a responsible party. The steering committee members are the people responsible for determining impacts and changes on their area of responsibility and approving the proposed solution and stewardship plan that's put together by the data steward. And this would be aligned with the accountable portion of RACI. Steering committee members will also include the requester and the data steward. And steering committee members should be identified based on the impact or the need of the business. So if you're doing something with upside ACV, which is the scenario I mentioned earlier, then we would want to put people like sales, customer success, renewals, motions, finance. Various people would be involved from each one of those organizations to understand how it could impact their business. They may just approve like right out the gate because they don't see any issues, but we want to make sure we have a voice from every department in the steering committee that could be impacted. The data steward is the person responsible for creating a data stewardship plan and ensuring that the data is accurate and maintained in accordance with their stewardship plan. And the informees are the people that could be needed in the maintenance process or need to be notified in the situation that they could now or in the future need to leverage it. So informees, one area that is commonly misused in a data management practice is they narrow the scope of the people who should be on that list. So upside ACV, somebody may be using that, may benefit or could possibly be using it now, but 6 months down the road, we want to be forward thinking enough to think through who could possibly be using it in the future to make sure we include them as informees, because if we don't, we have additional requests that come through that would need to be rescoped and regone through when we already have an existing solution that will make do. So now that we know the roles needed for successful data management practice, I'd like to outline an effective data management process. Every data management process starts with a request, problem, or need. In this stage of the process, it's important to get 4 key pieces of information: a problem statement outlining what pain they're trying to solve for, the desired outcome, and in this area, try to tease out the desired impact as well, the date they'd like the solution in place, and a proposed solution if possible. The next stage, which is the document phase. This phase outlines the start of your collection of information for the request, scoping, solutioning, and approvals. The documentation phase will always stay with you. It's going to continue not only through the execution of the deployment of your solution, but it'll be your living, breathing document to capture future optimization. So if you were to deprecate it, you'd have documentation. Your approvals, you'd have documentation. Any other future changes or additions to that, you'd make sure you capture in the documentation. Once you've kicked off your documentation, you immediately start the evaluation stage. In the evaluation stage, the steering committee members are identified by the data owner, and the request is evaluated to determine if there's already an existing solution in place that can meet the desired outcome. If the use of an existing solution is appropriate, the data owner will submit the proposed solution to the steering committee for approval. If they approve it, you move on to the planning phase. If they don't approve it and you need to, or let's say you haven't found one, either way, the solution is going to have to go through the planning phase, and you're going to have to develop a plan, whether it's using an existing solution or coming up with a new one. The plan development stage is where the data owner will scope, coordinate, and plan the work and gain approvals. The solution stage, which is the following your planning development stage, is very simple. It's where you execute on your plan that was developed in the planning stage. This may require coordinating with multiple people or departments. And this is the area where you're going to be doing the, I would say, coordinating of multiple resources. So you may not be doing something. You may have an enterprise services team. You may want to work directly through them. You may do it directly. It may change depending on the size of your organization. And after that solution is in place, we want to ensure that everyone's informed. So this is where the informed stage comes in. And this is where you communicate and enable all the people that can be impacted by or use the work that was just finished. And just keep in mind, in this area, we do want to include people who may possibly be able to use it in the future as well. So we want to be even more forward thinking with the informed group of people. Maintain is the next stage. So now that we've had our solution and we've informed everybody, in the maintenance stage, the data steward will be responsible for ensuring that the data is maintained and accurate. So back in that planning phase, the data steward is going to be putting together a data stewardship plan. And during the maintenance phase, this is where the data steward is going to be executing against that plan. As time goes on, the process will need to be reevaluated. The optimize phase, which you'll see next, is where the data owner will be responsible for ensuring that the process remains in alignment with the current business needs. So if it's not the data owner, we'll either optimize the process or we'll deprecate it. So it's a very simple process. It's just highlighting that historically with a typical systems team, you're going to go in, you're going to take your process, you're going to look at it, you're going to implement it, you're going to maintain it. But very rarely do we go back and reevaluate the optimization of it. We've changed terminology. We've added new nuances to the business. Have we been reporting on inaccurate data because we haven't optimized those fields or those data sets or those metrics? So making sure we keep a thumb on it. We set reevaluation timeframes to go in and reevaluate those at regular intervals. And if they're not being leveraged anymore and it doesn't fit the business need, we want to deprecate it. And the importance of deprecating those solutions is to reduce tech debt and reduce the amount of work so that we're only focused on the metrics that matter and we're not causing additional work and tech debt for insights and data that don't matter to the business at the current time. So now that you know the data management process and what it looks like, what impacts did you see from your ability to scale? The right system and technologies are leveraged in a meaningful way. The right processes are developed to ensure accurate, maintained data. The right staff is able to be retained due to initiatives. Planning is able to be done with a productive and efficient way. And impactful funding can be acquired due to the valuable insights pulled from well-managed data. So with that, I've gone through the data management process, the roles associated with it. Oh, looks like I skipped a slide there. I'll leave this here for a moment. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to cut my presentation to keep it short so I had additional time for conversation because the data management process is highly complicated. And there are aspects of putting this into place that are very unique to each organization, and the documentation and how we implement that And so I wanted to leave time to have more Q&A, more conversations, and make sure I'm able to answer specific questions that people might have towards implementing a data management process. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Darren. Really, really insightful. And I think, yeah, from the perspective of data management, and when it comes to the success of the business, it's really important to have all those processes in place. I'm really interested in the slide where you shared the different stakeholders in the process.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just go back. Yeah, exactly. So those are different people, right?
Yeah. So, and it's a great question. This is why I wanted to have more time for Q&A. It depends on the organization size, right?
Okay.
So in a smaller organization, your requester could be anybody. Well, it could be anybody in any size organization. Your data owner could possibly be your data steward as well. Your informees will always be across the organization, and your data steward, you know, it may be on a whole different department. It may not be in your department, depending on the way you've built out your organization as a whole. Let's say RevOps may own the data ownership role, but you may have an enterprise services team or another IT services team that would cover the data stewardship piece of it. And your steering committee and informees, those are always going to be fluid, right? So the two main roles that you'll be seeing in data management, they're going to be owning a big portion of the data, is going to be the data owner and the data steward. Steering committee members, this is just a highlight that we need to include people in the decision making and evaluation of things, because typically we don't. We get in our own little world and we want to go and execute on a solution, and we don't get buy-in from across the organization to understand the impact of what we're doing.
Great. Great, Darren. Maybe a question from me. I know you've been in RevOps for quite a lot of time right now. Interesting to understand your position in terms of, on the one hand, we have data. On the other hand, we have the insights that the data generates, right? And I see the two different positions. There is some discussion, debate around that. Can we have data function as a centralized function in the organization so that it serves everyone from sales to marketing to product to everyone, and then have the insights team inside of revenue operations? What do you think about this kind of structure? Any benefits, any disadvantages, and from your experience, what you think the best place of insights needs to be in a team?
Yeah, I definitely think it's possible to do that type of alignment, right? When you look at a data team, if their sole function is around data management and data governance and saying, hey, this data is always going to be accurate and maintained, those people are really well equipped to follow process and make sure that things are managed in a meaningful way. I think when you're speaking in terms of the insights piece, I look at RevOps or somebody who sits close to the department heads, right? So somebody who is walking that course to understand what's going on with the business, to understand what trends they might be seeing and what needs there might be coming into the business, so that they can make appropriate recommendations over to, let's say, a data team. So you could say the data owner is the person who understands the business and can articulate a solution and propose a solution. If you wanted to split those in another area in a data management structure, it would be totally possible for you to say, hey, we have a data owner who manages it from a data side of it, and we have a data insight person who comes in and says, I'm going to put together the whole business case and articulate it. In this structure is aimed at simplifying it, but you could always add in another role in there to delineate that position.
Right. I mean, for sure, everybody would agree the role of data is increasing in popularity, but in importance as well. I think what a lot of organizations are lacking and a lot of leaders would want to have is someone who so much understands the data, but so much also understands how to build stories, how to build trends, how to build, the whole picture, connect the dots on different data points. Yeah, and I think this is a great opportunity for a lot of people that also are very data centric, but I mean, having such kind of hybrid skills when you also have the soft skills to tell the story, to put the data into a compelling message. I think that's a great opportunity and will be a great opportunity for people in the next several years as well.
Yeah, and if anybody has any questions about examples for documentation and how to formulate that to streamline it, you're welcome to reach out to me. I'm always happy to share some of the insights I have.
We have a question here from the great Ariana. Rigorous data management is already done or committed in the RevOps teams. What is the ideal split of data management versus other needle-moving projects, especially in high growth or early stage organizations?
That's a great question. Yeah, I alluded earlier, right, on one of the slides, just that we have a ton of competing priorities, right? And that's why we always go back to the, hey, I'm just going to knock this out real quick because I have a ton more priorities to get to. The idea is to slow down to speed up, right? If you can highlight to your stakeholders that, hey, I understand we want to get this in, but there could be repercussions for it. As we scale, when you are in a company that's scaling quickly, things change quickly and things evolve quickly. So if you don't maintain that data and you don't have a solid data management practice in place, that data can get bad very quickly. And therefore, it's going to give you inaccurate insights, or it's going to give you misdirection that could lead the business in the wrong direction. Now, sure, one field isn't going to break that, but the compounding effect of that is definitely important. And that's why I spent so much time in the deprecation phase, deprecating stuff and keeping an alignment. When I talked earlier on this slide here around this section here around alignment, right? Mm-hmm. Organizational alignment, making sure you communicate well to your stakeholders and your leaders and say, what are the things that are always important? What are the metrics that are always important? So you're keeping aligned on that. And the idea is to narrow that focus to what is actually going to be leveraged. So a lot of the questions I'll ask when we're scoping these things is, you heard me outline, impact was one of the things I wanted to drill in on. That's going to also help you push back on prioritization. So, hey, you need this put in. How is this impacting the business? Okay, great. We have documentation around how it impacts the business. Now, if there's any question around why we should be doing it, you have that documentation to support it. Yeah. Now, getting rid of it or optimizing it, going back to those things, I say set it at a regular interval, or do it when you have big change in the business, like an acquisition or something along those lines.
Great. Yeah, and from the perspective of your current position, maybe just to share, some real life stuff, around the way that you're actually transforming in structure currently, or challenges that you are overcoming. Something very, I don't know, like human experience that each and every one of our attendees that is undergoing this transformational plans to do it is going to have a takeaway of that.
Yeah, one of the things, we're in a very large organization. We do a lot of acquisitions. And I think when I look at the one thing that's fundamental is you have communication issues across a company that size, right? Especially with everyone going hybrid. There's so much work that a revenue operations team does that when they finish that work, a lot of times what you'll see is they just knock that work out and move on. And then from there, what we want to do is we want to say, okay, well, how do I communicate what I've done? And how do I share what we're doing? And how do people understand the scope of work and who's being impacted? So a couple of things that I put in place recently is we leverage Confluence for documentation purposes, right? And so we put together an area where we put, our current projects so that people can always see what's in scope, what's out of scope, and which projects we're working on. And we have a detailed project plan for each one of those that link to an Asana project where we actually manage the project and the roadmap. And then from there, we have documentation on processes. So all those documents that we would build for creating new fields and things like that would all be locked into that area. So if somebody from the organization, let's say from finance, was not a part of the Inform Me at the time, and they wanted to figure out how to use some type of data, they need to get some type of insights, they could go to Confluence and look up using the search engine what some keywords that may drive them to the proper field that may let them know which field they should be able to use. We also do the same thing with our dashboards. So we outline what the dashboards are for. We outline what questions they answer, what KPIs are in them, and then we have the links on them. So when you're a sales rep and you're looking for insights, you don't have to say, oh, which dashboard do I go to? You can go into Confluence and search the problem that you're trying to, like the question you're trying to answer or the KPI you're looking for, and it'll bring up the dashboard, show you where it's at, how to get to it. And then we do a similar thing with sales programs. If you have a large sales organization, having the ability to understand what programs are at your disposal rather than just reading it through an email. Me and my team will take those, we'll put them in a documentation within Confluence and say, here's a list of all of our active programs that you can leverage to go close deals. So easy to use understanding of a place to go leverage the insights that they need to be successful in the field.
Great. Yeah, so clear communication, access to information, unified information on what is going on, what are the initiatives. I think we see it also from our experience. This is a very a big part of the success of aligning people, and everyone feels really contributing and understands what is going on within the organization, especially in this case when you mentioned acquisition, like different dynamics all the time. So this is a very, very hard thing to achieve. Okay, great. So George, if you have anything else to add.
Let's ask the audience for any last questions if anyone has.
There are no other questions popping up here on the chat. Yeah, so you can of course connect with Darren, and yeah, it was a real pleasure to have you on our conference and on board. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Darren.
See you, gentlemen.
All right, so George, I think to some extent it's sad. I see here Steven is already watching us, so I think it's the cherry of the cake is now approaching here on the 2 day of RevOps Mastery. Any kind of thoughts or maybe a wish that we can see in our discussion panelists now?
I mean, 2 days, but it was quick, right? I thought today, I thought it's going to be a lot, very long, but I felt like it was a moment. How many presentations did we have until now? I think more than 6.
Let me just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stuff.
Oh, great. All right.
More than 24 speakers participating. We have actually. Let me just share some numbers here, because people are just registering constantly. 563 registered people already. We are streaming live on multiple platforms. So we have YouTube. We have 2 LinkedIn channels. We are also streaming on Facebook. So I think it's also a great opportunity. Facebook, it's not the best platform for streaming of such topics, but I think we need to give them a fair share of people that needs to, share their food and at the same time hear some great stuff about revenue operations as well. Okay, I will just make here a little crowded the area by joining lots of people now. All right, so, and Alan, if you hear the camera, yeah, okay, here joining, just removing the brand. Now we are lots of people here. Hi guys, hi Steven, Mike, Kathleen, Dan, Alan, really, really amazing cast here. We're also waiting for AJ to join as well, right? Steven, I think she's the last participant of today's panel discussion.
Yes, my latest status. First of all, thanks for having me and for the opportunity to be in one room with so many great people and also faces that I know well. My latest status is that AJ is joining us. She's located in San Francisco, so it's pretty early for her. I hope she'll be on time, but we'll see.
Yeah, great. So we are on time, so that's perfect. And last topic of today's or in the conference at all, it's how to scale your revenue growth engine. It's something that everybody is interested in, and when we see all the topics that were presented in those 2 days, everybody did his fair share to that. So I really hope we are going to conclude those 2 days with a great discussion between you guys. I'm giving the floor to you, Steven, as the host of this panel discussion. We are going to gently remove ourselves from the screen. Sure. I will be adding AJ as soon as she's here. I will be adding her as well on the discussion, right?
Yes, fantastic. We're really looking forward for that session and for our discussion now that our real hosts have abandoned us. I know they're somewhere here. I can take over. Great to have you here. Have you been enjoying the event so far? I see some smiling faces. Fantastic. Normally, Caitlin, I would start with you because, ladies first, but I thought as we are discussing RevOps and revenue operations, we have one case, Mike. I heard before the event that you recently introduced RevOps. And so I think this is, where the story always starts, is when you introduce something new. I wanted to start with you, Mike. You introduced RevOps recently at your organization. And when I was hearing about this, I was thinking, I've been in RevOps so long, I don't remember how it was my life before RevOps. So can you give us an intro, like what triggered you? What was the situation where we're like, yeah, enough, we need RevOps?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, so I think that the main trigger was just kind of the same as for what a lot of companies are, which they kind of realize that they've got these kind of specialist functions internally that might be kind of aligned with the sales org, or they might be aligned to a speciality, such as a CRM team or an analytics team, and they just decided, what are we doing here? We need to sort of bring these under one roof and try to see the whole, let's look a bit more holistically. Let's zoom out a bit and think of it more of a kind of the revenue funnel. And I think that's always been challenging. It's always, hi AJ. It's that's always a challenge for me to kind of step in and take over those already existing teams. So the challenge is that you have these kind of experts who are already kind of embedded in the company and they're already doing things their own way. Yeah, my big challenge was to kind of mash them all together and really set out some roles and responsibilities and just lay the groundwork for what is RevOps in the first place. I found that was a huge challenge right at the start, that we thought we wanted it as a company, but really the first challenge was, people think RevOps is another word for sales ops. And they just kind of stare blankly at you when you try and explain that RevOps is a kind of a full revenue funnel thing. So I think it was really just a deep communication piece. We thought we wanted it, but it was then what you do to kind of, what you do to define it and communicate it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think it's been a whirlwind. It's been 6 months for us now, and it's gone by like it was a week ago.
I'll take that 6 months in. You probably don't have hard evidence just yet about the results. I know that Caitlin has been in this for quite some time. Caitlin, do you have like hard evidence? Do you have something to show for and go like, yeah, this is a part where we increased revenue through RevOps?
Yes. Well, I've been in it for like 6 years, but in my current company, Close, we actually started the program also like 1.5 years ago. Mm-hmm. So we did have like a very small sales team, and then it was just, okay, let's just get on with it. I was brought in to do that. I would say the change has been huge. Like if we even look at the data, well, one part, first of all, we didn't have any data before. That's like one thing, right? So you can now go to the leadership and be like, hey, this is all we have, and this already gives such a boost. But I think like more specific things, as I'm working together with sales and marketing and customer success as well, then optimizing the customer success part has been a huge thing this year. Due to like the environment being as it is, and people kind of like the retention not being as good as it was before. So it's very crucial to optimize that. And we have made quite a few changes there, like from the revenue operations side.
I saw Ellen nodding like, yes, absolutely. Ellen, do you want to add to this? Like, what are you doing to align sales, marketing, customer success?
Sure. So I think that the environment right now is just as Kathleen is mentioning. It's an environment where you need and you want to make sure that you're providing value, that you don't have many customers that due to efficiency are deciding to churn. And one of the things that are very, very clear is this alignment between CS, sales, marketing, the ability to kind of understand that NDR metrics or churn metrics are not starting and ending in the customer success side. It starts already in the marketing area of things, how you communicate the messaging, how the sales team is actually focusing on those things that are important to the clients, and then how the clients are working with your platform or with your solution, whatever it is. And I think that this is a key change, moving from those, the well known silos into something that is more streamlined.
Yeah, fascinating. Speaking of moving and transitioning and aligning, AJ, thank you for joining from San Francisco. I know it's early for you over there. You are not only a RevOps person, you're also a Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt. And I happen to know that you spent 9 years in bringing Lean Six Sigma, so process quality improvement, as a consultant to companies, and then transitioned into RevOps. Can you give us a little bit a picture of what it was like to transition from general process improvement into that specific part, and how you're leveraging this?
Yeah, so for everyone who's on this call on this live stream, I'm AJ, and as Steven mentioned, I spent a lot of my career growing up in healthcare and healthcare tech, and really understanding how to move the needle in terms of generating more revenue. And so a lot of the projects that I took on really had two different flavors. One was to find savings from and cost efficiency through process improvement. The other version of a project that I used to take on was what we call Design for Six Sigma, where we would enter really a white space area and figure out, what does the process need to look like? What do the systems need to look like? And what does the organization need to look like in order for us to generate new revenue for the company? And so what I ended up doing is, because I was a black belt, it sort of becomes ingrained in you all of the different tools that you use on a regular basis in order to understand really the state of the business, and then to understand how to move the needle when it comes to improving the business. I don't want to go too deep into Six Sigma nerd land, but simple things like process mapping, for example, understanding the process as it is today, making sure that you understand what the process looks like, and doing a value stream mapping analysis to understand, where is there waste in the process? Where are there steps that we are performing that do not serve the business, and eliminating those steps, because that reduces your cycle time. So Matt, who spoke about the metrics that matter to a CFO, some of the levers that are important when you're looking at customer lifetime value or time to value would be your average sales cycle time. And so eliminating waste in a process is one very easy way for you to shorten your average sales cycle time in order for you to get to revenue faster. A couple of other things that I've really leveraged, and I really enjoyed Darren's talk about data management, because it all really starts with data, is to figure out, one, of all the factors and the inputs that go into a process, which of those inputs really matter in moving the needle? because you could have 10 inputs that go into a process and maybe only 2, 3, or 4 of them actually move the needle. The other thing that you should really look at in taking data a step further is not only do you look at which factors are more important, but which factors are most correlated. So which of the inputs make a difference or impact another input that helps you move the needle. And so when I joined the RevOps team, I typically take a stance of sitting back and observing first and figuring out where the possible issues are. I'll introduce at this point yet another Six Sigma methodology called root cause analysis. You look at a situation, you figure out what the issues are, and you go through a process of identifying what the root causes are for why a situation may not be working or you're not seeing optimal results. And through that root cause identification, you're going through a discovery process, you're measuring certain things, you have to figure out whether those measurements are even accurate. You go through an analysis phase using that data to say, are we measuring the right things and are they being calculated correctly? You then follow through with how do we improve this process? And that's really where figuring out the factors and the inputs that matter most and which ones impact each other the most goes into effect. And then I think last but not least, at least from a consultant perspective, you never want to walk away from a project and not give the business a control plan. And that's really where I think it was Darren who talked about documentation, making sure that you create documents along the way, such as process maps, such as job aids, such as action plans. These are all collateral that you should be turning over to the business in order to make sure that they understand, here's where we started, our baseline, here is where we wanted to go, our benchmark, and here is how we're going to track progress. So that's a long-winded way of answering the question, but really I would say from a black belt perspective, there are so many practical applications of the different Six Sigma lean methodology tools into revenue operations.
AJ, I always love to listening to you because you're exploding from knowledge. There's this one can really tell the master in the black belt from this. You mentioned new revenue, yeah. You mentioned root causes, and you mentioned moving the needle. Dan, you are responsible. You're VP of revenue operations at RDoc. Can you contribute with examples? How RevOps in your organization moved the needle, how you had examples where you really moved the revenue through revenue operations?
It's a good question, Stephen, and tough follow-up when you're going after AJ, but maybe a nice layup depending on how you look at it. I think when you think about driving things through the funnel, right? Sometimes RevOps is pigeonholed into kind of tech admin. I was talking with a colleague yesterday about building, right? And the building piece is the easiest part. It's actually, to AJ's point, the process is the hardest part, getting right, and how you drive operational discipline to improve the funnel and improve, or the bow tie, depending what you want to talk about, the different metrics throughout. And one of the key things that we've done recently over the past, we've been measuring it for quite some time now, is at RDoc, we're a horizontal approach go-to-market, so we can sell to almost any vertical. And what we did about 2 years ago is redefined our ICP in a very systematic way. So we get laser focused on what are the parameters that a good customer looks like, and bring that all the way back down to our marketing engine, and then measure that so we can have a predictive score to understand, as we move throughout the funnel, what is the likelihood for them to become a customer and be successful. And we continue to run regressions and understand how that is improving over time as our product evolves and our ACV and sales cycle, and we measure a lot of different metrics. But one of the key parts is that's just what a good customer looks like. But if we think about the sales process itself, is we've grown quite a bit over a short amount of time. And what we've seen is that our sales process was breaking at the top of the funnel because we didn't have any operational rigor. So what we actually had to do is revisit that process and understand each step and are we following in what are the gaps, right? So we understood what is S0 and S1 and those rejection reasons and why things are disqualified. And sometimes those nuances are missed when you're running so fast. But to AJ's point, the process itself, if you get that right and the value prop and what you're trying to deliver, that's actually the key to success. So to answer your question, some of the examples that we've done to drive real revenue faster is redefine our ICP in a very systematic and pragmatic way as it moves throughout the funnel, and then ensure that our process is tied to that to not only ensure that our customer experience is good, but also the sales process to deliver value and uncovering the gaps at the top of the funnel to shorten our sales cycle, increase ACV, and ultimately time to close and NRR numbers.
So fascinating. We look now a lot at process, and I like to think of RevOps as process and people. And my next question would be maybe in that order to Mike and Kathleen. Mike, recently, your organization had recently introduced RevOps into their operations. Caitlin, you've been in this for a while. I would like to know, both of you, how do you manage people and culture? And I would like AJ, I know that lean is a bottom-up. Everybody has to improve processes in the lean philosophy. So I'd like to then transition to you, AJ, and hear how you leverage this bottom-up thought. But Mike, let me start with you. What did you encounter when you were introducing this from a people perspective?
I think the biggest challenge is kind of what I said before. It's that introducing RevOps kind of as a concept to a lot of people was quite hard from the start. And I think that, you kind of, the change piece is that you're not just, you're trying to get across to people that you're not just a kind of ticketing team. I think even from a kind of executive level down, they hear RevOps and they think you kind of deal with everything that they don't want to do, or maybe they can't do because of technical requirements. So, and as you know, RevOps can be, I presume that most of us have RevOps teams where you have multiple people and multiple teams doing very specific jobs. And I don't think people take the time to understand that unless you force them to. So that's been a big issue for me, that people just say, not necessarily just in this role, but just in RevOps in general, that you get assigned this kind of RevOps will do it mentality. So you have to firstly think about, how do I communicate this to the wider organization? And we made the decision to switch to RevOps, back in December, and I had a kind of 2-week period, and all I didn't plan on what we were going to execute. I didn't necessarily even talk to the people in the team as much as I should. I planned an operating system, and that's the terminology that we use internally. And that's to say, how do we set up the team? What meetings do we have, down to that level? What's the agenda of those meetings? We're internal and with our stakeholders. What's our roles and responsibilities? How are we going to plan our roadmap when we come to it? How are we going to prioritize things like that? So I used that time to kind of set up this operating system, which was all written down. And I noticed a lot of all of the kind of the teams like sales and marketing, they do that too. They have this operating system, but they have that kind of pre-built in kudos already, that people already know who they are, and they get the respect from the other teams already. RevOps don't necessarily have that in organization. So I had to come prepared with this operating system and say, this is what RevOps are. We're not a ticketing team. We should be up there with the rest of the stakeholders. And this is what we do. So any questions people had, I came prepared to answer them from a kind of like change management perspective. And I found that incredibly useful. I think it sped up the integration, by months.
Yeah. Caitlin, you're longer in that journey. You probably started in a familiar way back then, but now looking back, how has that changed?
It's changed a lot. I think first of all, the company where I started was very different of where I work now. So the understanding of what it actually is, it was created organically, like for the need, everything was already on fire. So somebody had to deal with the fires, very common. But now I feel like I'm in a position where the understanding of what I do and the kind of impact of it actually is very understood by the leadership, which also like trickles down, right? So that's one thing. And second thing, what I when I started now in Klaus was boundaries. That basically the same as Mike said, like just the boundaries. This is what I do. This is what I expect for you to do. And I accepted the thought of me writing to people and them being scared at first, like, oh my God, what did I do? Like I just accepted it, like, yeah, it's fine. Let them be fearful. That's good. And now we've gotten to a place where it's very, everybody understands what they need to do, why they need to do that, and just the giving them the input of like, I am not asking you for these things just because I woke up and I'm like, I need this today. And we're doing this because we need the company to grow fast. And this is what you need to do because of that. And also the communication coming from like the whole team, focusing on the same thing, like growth. This is all we need at the moment. And so I think this really helped. And so it's a nice balance at the moment. I'm very privileged.
Yeah, that sounds very familiar. When I was a CRO, I would bring my framework and my understanding and try to tell people what to do, only to end up with my team telling me what I need to do. And I would like to AJ, to ask you. I know we spoke about this on another occasion. I know, and I'm not no expert whatsoever in that, but I know that the lean philosophy has a lot of exercises and team tools to build a culture where the team actually tells the higher hierarchy what to do and what to expect, and to improve the process like from bottom up. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, and I kind of want to set the stage for where this question started, which is, how to explain RevOps to people and make sure that everyone is aligned. I think for me, when I start a new role and I'm entering a new company, the first thing that I do is to build a deck that explains what RevOps responsibility is. And from my perspective, that responsibility is to design and implement strategy, to design to run the business, and to use relevant data to lead to action or solutions, right? And you can really think about things and 3 pillars that RevOps is responsible for. The first one being creation, which is to drive the creation of a go-to-market strategy that optimizes the pipeline, the productivity, and increases your conversion and win rates. The second pillar that you're really responsible for is optimization. Dan talked about optimizing the ICP, right? So under this pillar, you're really responsible for refining account, territory, segmentation, target, and conversion. And then the last pillar that you're really responsible for is the measurement. So you need to develop and establish a go-to-market scorecard that aligns all of the revenue teams and solves the problem instead of competing. And I say all of this for a specific reason. From my perspective, strategy and tactics are equally important. So strategy sets the direction and the vision for your business, while tactics are the specific actions that you take to achieve your goals. Without a great strategy, proper execution is useless, and great execution without a clear strategy will not lead to success. And so when you talk about what are some of the frameworks that you can use in order to get alignment, there is a framework that I use called the alignment framework. It's a little bit of a riff on the DMAIC process of Lean Six Sigma, where I've renamed some of the things to make it more simplistic for business users to understand. Instead of saying discovery, for example, I use the word provocation, where you want to ask the questions, what is keeping you up at night? And then you go through the discovery phase the same way that you normally would, exploring all of the different inputs and factors and criteria for success. Then you go through a diagnostic phase, which really is your analyze phase in DMAIC. And you think about what are the things that are negatively impacting our business? What are the things that are obstacles? And what are the things that are accelerators? And you can kind of just walk through this process and go all the way down to recommendation and say, based on everything that we know and everything that we've talked about, what are some recommendations that we can come up with collectively as a group using a Six Sigma exercise called brainstorming? You get all of the main stakeholders in a room. You talk about these things. Usually I use a 2x2 matrix to understand the different priorities and to figure out themes. And at the end, you come out with recommendations. Now, coming out with recommendations, I think, is not enough. I think it's important to take it to the next step, which is to create an action plan. And the specific tool that I use for that is a tool called the OGSM. And what that is a document that outlines what are the corporate level objectives that we are all striving to achieve. What are then the individual goals of the go-to-market team that would lead us to reach those objectives? What are the strategies that we are going to deploy in order to achieve those goals? And then what are the metrics that we're going to track in order to measure our progress to achieving those goals? Further simplified, if you want to think about it this way, objectives are really the what in words. What are we trying to do? What is the end state that we're trying to get to? Goals are the what in numbers. They have to contain numbers. We want to increase bookings by 50%, 100%, or whatever the case might be. Strategies are the how in words. How are we going to get to those goals? And you spell it all out. And then the metrics are really just, the data management and tracking progress in numbers. And so I think it's important to think of frameworks in this way of, one, setting the foundation of what it is that you're trying to get to and using an alignment framework to get there. And then two, it would be laying out an action plan, whether you use an OGSM or something else, to figure out how to get to that end state. And for me, what I've found really helpful is to create a deck when I start any new role, walking everyone through the various steps that I plan on taking on. I have a very specific facilitation style that I use that's very much Six Sigma, and I explain to them what the facilitation method is going to be, so that when we come together, everyone has the right expectation of what the exercise is and what our desired outcomes are.
Can you describe an exercise?
Yeah, so one of the things that I love to do is when I get together with the team, first things that I ask is, in this session that we are spending together, what is our agenda and what are the goals that we want to achieve? And usually people will.
I'm trying to get a picture here. So who is in that session?
So in the past, I've, for example, facilitated a session around corporate strategy for a company where the CFO is present, the CRO is present, the CMO is present. Definitely led go-to-market facilitation sessions where the CMO, his direct reports, the CRO, the regional VPs, and myself, a global VP of RevOps, are present. And really what we're trying to figure out is, it usually anchors on an objective. There is an objective that we need to grow the business at all costs. I'll give an example. And the goal then is to grow bookings by 100%. So the first thing that I'll ask people is really to talk to me about what are the things that are obstacles that you can see right now from us achieving our goals. Also then write down in sticky notes. I don't know if anyone has used this methodology before, but I love using sticky notes. And what I do is I pass out sticky notes and Sharpies to everyone who's participating. And the rule of the exercise is 1 sticky note, 1 thought. You cannot jot down many thoughts on 1 sticky note because we want to be able to group all of those sticky notes into themes. So I have them walk through an exercise of what do we think our obstacles are? What do we think our accelerators are? They put them on the board. Then we spend time together as a team and we create themes for what the obstacles are. So one obstacle may be poor enablement, right? Someone says, you know, our enablement training doesn't happen on a regular cadence, or our enablement.
Let me ask the whole crew here. Hands up, who's using team exercises to come up with root causes and obstacles? Has anyone done this? Caitlin, want to give us a picture? Are you doing similar things?
We actually, yes, I've done it before with the whole team, like with the sales and marketing teams. Very similar approach of sticky notes, but we now do it with what are we not doing at the moment, or like what could be wrong so that we don't get to our goal. So we don't think about like negative or positive per se, but more so like, okay, so let's say we need to grow, let's say 3 times this year. We didn't grow. Why didn't we? And then everybody writes down their ideas of like, why didn't we get there? So they kind of think about what we could be lacking at the moment, or like what should we be doing, right? So yes, a very similar approach. It works really well.
If this is, maybe I'd like to. I sort of cut you off, AJ. I'll apologize. Maybe if you can round that up in 30 seconds. I'd like to transition to the question if bringing in the team is a new trend. You spoke of strategy, and kind of want to know what each of you is thinking of the future of RevOps and the current trends. But first, AJ, if you could round up those exercise descriptions. We are in the room with all the stakeholders. Everybody has sticky notes. Paint that picture.
So what I asked them to do is to essentially pick top 5 from the sticky notes. Which ones are the most important? Now, tear up the rest of them because they're really not as important as the top 5 that you choose. So it narrows down the focus of what it is that we're trying to get to. And that's when we then figure out what the themes are. And then collectively as a group, we figure out what the priorities are. We usually plot it on a matrix in terms of time to resolution and impact. So you always have to think about the things that you want to solve for and figure out how easy is it to solve for this problem and how much of an impact would it be. Then what I end up doing is I end up distilling it into a spreadsheet or some other document that people can take away and review. And then I set a follow-up session for us to come back together. But really the whole goal here is with this particular exercise and the discussion that comes with it, we should all walk away from the room with alignment as to what the strategy is, what the guiding policy is for us to achieve that strategy, and then what the action plan is.
it makes me think of principles of design thinking, diverging and creating a lot of different ideas and then converging and focusing back on one idea. I wonder if bringing concept like Lean Six Sigma, design thinking into RevOps is a trend. Alan, what is an upcoming trend in RevOps for you?
So I think that there are two main things that we're seeing recently. At least one of them 12 months, the other is a bit newer. Efficiency is a huge thing. I think that it's a huge trend that we're seeing across the board and is affecting all the different areas of the business. It's a good trend, obviously, for revenue operations, as the essence of revenue operations is making sure that reaching the goals, reaching revenue at scale is as efficient as possible. But I think that now there is more executive focus on that. So we're seeing more and more, CFOs, CEOs trying to understand, okay, it's not only about scale and growth, it's also about ROI, which is like shocking, yeah? So suddenly we're all talking about that. And I think that this trend is here to stay, at least for the foreseeable future, and companies are going in this direction. And the other one that I'm shocked we didn't talk about for almost an hour that we're here is AI.
Yeah, I was thinking we made it to 35 minutes and nobody said AI.
So first of all, I want to apologize for mentioning it, but I think that AI is here. It's clear that many processes are going in this direction. Many companies are trying to kind of wrap their heads around how are we going to incorporate it into our processes. And I think that revenue operations is going to have a lot to do with that, because essentially a lot of the activities that are being done today or were done in the past by revenue operations, many of them, even if they are semi-automated, it's still a lot of kind of manual labor is related to them, and it's wasting a lot of time. And I think that the AI will save a lot of that. And we're trying to incorporate a lot of time savings activities using AI within revenue operations on our company. And I think that will help kind of elevate revenue operations from sometimes an operational or tactical function to a more strategic place.
I agree and I disagree. As somebody who spent the better part of the last decade selling AI, I sometimes feel like we all think that this is the secret sauce that's gonna save us. But the truth is, me and you all, we don't have enough data for AI. We like to forget, like we go like OpenAI was the fastest success ever. No, they took 7 years in training their AI. You need vast amounts of data for AI to have impact. But debate me. Dan, Mike, I'd like to hear from you guys. Are you seeing AI as a impact factor for RevOps, or do we just keep?
Yeah, I'll argue. I'll have a good virtual fight. I think there's I'll mention AI, but I also think there's another theme or trend that we need to tackle as well. Not as sexy as AI. So let me take AI as at the forefront. I think what I'm seeing is there's a lot of executive presence into this AI buzz, both internally and externally. How can we grapple with the change of AI and be at the forefront of it? And if you think about from a technology standpoint, there are a lot of companies, maybe commercial tech, talking about AI, but it is more marketing than it is actual throughput. And if you think about, not to do a plug here, if you think about Apple's keynote speech recently, they didn't mention AI once, but there is a lot behind the scenes that they're working on. And I think from a RevOps standpoint, to Alan's point, it's our job to ensure that our executive team and commercial reps and other leaders in the organization understand what the impact is. Just because they say it, what is that actually going to deliver for our business? Or is that just some marketing fluff and a good blog or two, and now we have it and we're just part of the cog in the wheel? I think to your point, it's still very early days, and we will see some trends over time that yield to more efficiency. But if you don't mind, Stephen, I'm going to segue just one tiny point into the other key piece that I'm seeing. And it was to Mike's point when we first started this conversation about how standing up RevOps. And I really think this is important because different executive leaders look at it on your team structure and your go-to-market model. Are you functionally aligned or are you departmentally aligned? And I also think and what I mean by that is the RevOps matrix really like, here is your sales operations or RevOps focus towards sales, here's your RevOps focus to marketing, or is it functionally aligned where it's talking about operations, it's talking about insights, talking about data, right? In a more holistic approach. And I think we're going to see a maturity towards a hybrid motion rather than just one or the other. And the reason why I say that is, well, we're grappling internally with that, where it's an ownership, who can I speak to make sure this gets through, rather than how can we ensure overall discipline into the entire funnel. So I don't mean to segue it, but I do think AI early days. And one of the big trends we're going to see is a hybrid motion towards both departmental and functional alignment as RevOps matures.
Follow-up questions. Are you toying around with the idea of changing team structures, keyword maybe revenue pods, bringing sales and customer success people into one team and things like this?
I feel like you've been listening to conversations internally. We actually have
having those conversations.
I most likely. We have been testing it out from a pre-sale side, and also exploring the opportunity of what does it look actually post-sales, as well as we have a partner motion too. So incorporating both the marketing from a demand gen, sales, partner, solution specialist, kind of sales engineer, and a post-sales kind of that account management as a pod, as a hub to work in a unified motion towards territory and accounts rather than these silos. It's something we have started testing, and it's still too early to say one way or the other, but it is very insightful or very interesting to see what the throughput could be with that joint motion.
Make sure you bring enough sticky notes for them to work that out.
I'll have to speak with AJ on that one.
Mike, is that something that you're envisioning? I mean, you just started out. That's probably very early in changing team structures and mixing departments, and you probably haven't yet earned that internally. But give us a picture of your thoughts.
Yeah, I also think that AI is a bit overblown, and the tool I just typed the question into agrees. But no, I think that we'll see a big rise in trends on AI consultancy. I think that's going to be the big thing. I think the problem right now is companies just say we need more of it, and they don't really know what to do. You know, they'll send someone off to a
surprising that AI can't do that.
Well, yeah, true. Yeah. You don't need someone to answer those questions. But I think just, you know, there's a rise I've noticed even on LinkedIn. There's a rise of people trying to be those thought leaders on how to use, you know, what is it? Because I don't think people know what the right questions to ask are. So I imagine there's going to be a very lucrative consultancy arm in AI. But I think just as a general trend that is probably already happening, but I think we'll see it more and more. I mean, you already see a lot of already established companies trying to break down their silos and unpick their existing processes to turn into a more sort of like a flat structure and adding RevOps. And I imagine that every new company in the next few years, you won't get very many companies who start up without implementing RevOps. So I think that we're going to see that. We're not going to see, you know, brand new startups recruiting someone in sales operations. I think we'll always see RevOps. And I think what that's going to do is the confusion that I talked about before and having, you know, that sort of buy-in thing is going to be done right from the start. So I think RevOps is definitely rising. I think conversations like this and you know, in conferences like this definitely help that. So yeah, my prediction is just, I guess, less confusion. Write it down. That's my prediction.
You mentioned consultancies. I was recently asked from as a CEO or founder about introducing RevOps in their organization. And it was one-on-one conversation. And he asked me what his expectation should be about the impact in numbers. Is it like Does it improve me by 10%, 20%, 30%? What should I expect? And I didn't have an answer. I still don't. Maybe I get one from you guys. But I thought common wisdom is that you can optimize. Common consultant wisdom is that you can optimize every process by 20%. And my second thought was, this is not true. If you go to McDonald's and look how they make cheeseburgers, this is a process that has been optimized over 80 years. You can probably not optimize this by 20%. At the same time, we are all not McDonald's. We just figured out how to make a burger that somebody wants to eat, that we can somehow sell and feed our families. We probably, in our spaces, Series B, Series C, Series D, we had probably a lot of impact. So I want to throw like everybody 30 seconds, really 30 seconds, we're running out of time. What do you think is the margin that we can improve our efficiency and the bottom line with RevOps? AJ, you as a Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt, what can we expect?
First, I would say 20% is probably too aggressive. I would say coming into an organization, getting to a 10% improvement is probably a best-in-class improvement. What I would look for instead of an overall improvement percentage would be incremental improvements along the process, because those incremental improvements along the process, even at 2%, can add up to a significant dollar amount. So short answer, I would say if you get to a 10% improvement in some metric or the process overall, that is amazing, but incremental improvements, even just 2% across the process, it would be optimal for me.
Improvement is the new thing that you now do.
Yeah.
Caitlin, looking back at your experience, what were the bottom lines in your cases?
Well, being a numbers person and also not a liar, so I don't want to lie. I do not have this data, so I would really want to say there's a specific percentage for us that I can see. Okay, that's the impact. But where we are in our growth, we have such like intertwined processes and the communication and all of that. So it's very hard to say. So I will just trust AJ and keep it at that.
That's AJ. We are almost over time. Dan, Alan, real quick, what is your experience? What is the impact on the bottom line from RevOps? Dan.
You're too kind. So I was going to offer it to the other gentleman left. I think in terms of percentage, very hard to measure, similar to Caitlin. But in terms of operational rigor and efficiency, so we can actually trust the data to make informed decisions, is the bottom line. Being able to trust that to actually improve our go-to-market and strategy is the biggest play that we have. Not a specific number. And to AJ's point, it's all about the 1 or 2 percentage increases throughout the stages that are driving that. But too early to tell from our standpoint, to be quite honest.
And maybe to throw back to an earlier topic, the culture change and having everyone aligned and looking at the bottom line might be something. Alan, you get the final word. What is your point of view on this?
I also agree with Dan and Kathleen. We're seeing a lot of, to AJ's point, we're seeing a lot of incremental improvements. Those incremental improvements can be even 0.5% and impact a lot, while in other places we can see 30% difference, while it doesn't really help the overall process. So I think it's a risky path to take to tie it only to percentages. It's more about doing making sure that the process is being handled in the right way, in a healthy way.
I see our hosts are showing up. Security is showing up. Everybody out. Everybody out.
No, not like the last week on SaaS.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you all. That was a fantastic discussion. I really enjoyed it a lot. I hope our audience enjoyed it as well. Ivan, please take over from.
Thanks a lot. It was really an interesting, dynamic discussion. And you mentioned a couple of times consultancy, and I just wanted to jump in to the conversation. Exactly the last question, I would love also to address it from our perspective, but just a very funny story, because last week we were in Saster, and the second day we were enjoying some talks around 6 p.m. or something like that, and then right away some security guys are coming all over and say, okay, everybody needs to get out, we are already off, so the event is over, so please go. It was really interesting how they, one at a time, they just shut the doors and say bye. We're not going to do that, so everyone who is still joining and still with us, bears with us some time. But especially on the effect of revenue operations, I think because RevBrains is a consulting business, and actually this is something that fascinates us, is the dance, the partnership between the client and the people that are trying to help. So if we think of RevOps as the universal solution, there is always a specific recipe that you need to prescribe to the given business, and it's not always about percentage. It's and some of the lecturers in the previous sections, they already mentioned it. It's about the mindset change. So I think when we speak about applying revenue operations as a philosophy within the company, of course, we need to have in mind the stages. We need to have in mind the current state of the company, and something very important, we need to have in mind the profile and the skills of the people that are going to undergo, but also to drive this transformation internally. And this is just a transformational project. It's not something different than the other projects like digital transformation or something else, but it's very essence. It's actually to see at the end of this, it's actually, there is no end, but to see at some stage of this project, to see actually people feeling more comfortable on how they work together and how are they actually making clients more happy through trusting data, through having, aligned processes, to working with technologies that they enjoy working with, and not, like having the pain in the ass all the day to fill out some information manually. So I think when we speak about the outcome, it's just very dependent on the given case. We have, for example, the great opportunity to work with Mike here, and I think from the perspective of the leaders, we need to have people like Mike that have those visionary, look in the future and know what they need to do and how to do it, so that we can partner with them on the very most efficient way. So really, thanks a million that you're joining us. And I was sure that Steven is going to provoke you. And something very last, yes, AI consultancy, Mike, really nice put. RevBrains in thinking in that direction too. So combining AI power with revenue operations consultancy, I think is something that we are going to think how to introduce in the year to come, something like that. It was an honor. Wish you all the best. We are going to say some final words with George here, and then we're off also to our families and friends, and for maybe a beer or so. There is no after party, but I really hope that you enjoy this session and you can have a glass of beer or wine or coffee. It depends on the time zone.
Thanks for having us. It was a pleasure to be here. Thanks for everybody who participated here. It was a great discussion. I enjoyed it a lot.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Bye now.
Oh, well. You're still here, right, Steven?
I'm still here.
Yeah, you're still here, but no, just stay for a minute. Really, thank you for being part of this. And I really hope that you're going to be part of the next session in September as well. We are looking forward in September to see something very hands-on from you and from Jax. So that's my invitation to you. And
thanks so much. I'd love every time you invite me, I'll be there.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
You too. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, George,
Great. I think it's more than 10 hours of RevOps knowledge right now. Maybe some time to end this live stream and start reflecting on what we've learned already. More than 25 people that joined us on stage during those 2 days. Around 600 registrants. And a lot of insights. So I think it would be a success if everybody who has watched us can implement at least one thing that has learned during those 2 days, because ultimately that's the way revenue operations people can prove the value that really RevOps has. And this is how RevOps will earn strategic place at the table more and more and improve their value.
Yes. And I think we learned a lot. We have also our takeaways in terms of what we're going to deliver in September, not only in terms of topics, but also in terms of user experience. As we already mentioned, there were going to be some live sessions with workshops, so really stuff that actually is going to dive deep into specific problems. Yes, follow us on LinkedIn, find us at RevBrains, or just like visit our page, connect with us on LinkedIn as well. Thanks so much for being with us those 2 days. Really enjoyed it. It was a pleasure. It was an honor, and really pumped up for the next edition of the RevOps Mastery.
And last, stay tuned. We are soon announcing some very interesting formats at RevBrains and very interesting initiatives during the summer. Yes. So, yeah, happy to share with the audience today later.
Have a great evening, everyone. Bye.
Have a great evening. Bye-bye.